Today we are having the first contact class for the academic year 2015-2016. Contact class. Contact class is mainly arranged for correspondence students. That is those students who are not into oral coaching and who never gets a chance to interact with the faculty. So twice in one academic year, they are given an opportunity to meet the faculty members so that they can clarify any doubts they have on the subject. So before we start with the class, how many of you are correspondence students? One correspondence students, correct? Only one. Others all are oral coaching student. Am I correct? Yes. Some of you may be undergoing sessions which I take. Some of you may be undergoing sessions with some other faculty take. But all of you are oral coaching students. Okay, fine. In fact, it is true that the strength of oral coaching is increasing, and we had reviewed whether to carry out the contact class, but what was felt is that let the tradition of contact class continue. Like for first year in contact class, there were a lot of correspondence students doing distance education. Second year, we expected that the number of students of correspondence will be less, but then the director was of the view that you have the contact class, the other students can always have a revision, because what we have been doing in the oral coaching in a very capsule form, in a very shortened form, we will be covering it in the contact class. One of the objective of contact class is students should be given an opportunity to resolve the doubts which they are having. So I'm quite sure all of you would have come with a list of questions, list of doubts on the subject. Am I correct? To start making doubts, to raise questions, you should start studying. She's smiling. Sir is joking. It is the month of November. Examination is somewhere in March. Wouldn't it be criminal if we start studying now? We will start our studies latest by February 28th. If it's a leap year, we will start it on February 29th. Am I correct? Yeah, see, so true. Okay, friends, anyway, jokes apart. Today, I have a longer engagement with you. You're aware of it? Yes. I have been told the entire pre-lunch session, and they were giving me a 3-hour post-lunch session. It's not fair on a Sunday to be away from wife for so long. So I suggested that do one thing, post-lunch, all of us will experience what he is going to experience, feeling drowsy. So I said that you shorten the session to just 1.5 hours. Maybe shipping economics I will just briefly discuss, because for oral coaching also I understand no session is conducted on shipping economics. It's very easy. Okay, if you have been trained for economics of sea transport in the first year, shipping economics is just a step up. So if you are referring to Martin Stopford textbook, or if you are even referring to study material, it's good enough to understand. Or else the alternate two is that post lunch, if you feel you want to do more of chattering, we can continue with chattering. I leave it to all you guys. Okay, my target audience is only that one boy today, technically, because he is the correspondent student. Now friends, we'll straight kick off the session. Our outline today, that is what I intend to cover today. One is a brief introduction. Okay, for regular students you would have already gone through this, but just to emphasize, what is chartering all about? Then what are the types of ship deployment? What are the ways by which you can employ the ships? We will look at some of the chartering terms. Now, the set of terms which I have identified over here are the terms which is generally repetitive in your examination. Okay, so that doesn't mean that it is important from examination point of view, but when you say chartering terms, if I had to draw up a list of chartering terms, there will be nothing less than 1000 chartering terms, because every shipping commercial term is a chartering term. So it's not practically possible to cover all. So what I thought is the best way is that identify those chartering terms which generally is repetitive in the examination, and let's discuss that. We will discuss that. Okay. So you will tell me the answers. I will tell you whether it is right or wrong. Then chartering negotiations. Yes, especially for those with whom I have not done chartering negotiation. I think some of you may not have interacted with me. They will learn something new. Some of you already interacted with me. I have done this chartering negotiation in great depth. Then a little bit of chartering terms interpretation in simple English. Again, I have identified a question which is asked in your examination paper. If time permits, let's solve one voyage estimate. Okay, let's solve. Let's start with a voyage estimate, and finally the question and answer session, so that you have any doubts on the topic discussed today or any doubt on the subject per se, we can always speak about that. Okay, is the outline okay with all of you? Yes. Any other suggestion you have, or maybe whatever suggestions or questions you have, we can try to cover it in question and answer session. Okay friends, so let's start with chartering. Now what is chartering? All of you know by now. Chartering is nothing but it is an exercise wherein you have to charter out a ship. You have to basically hire out a ship. The principle is very simple. Why do you charter a ship? Mainly to transport goods. And there is somebody in the market who is looking for a ship or looking for a space in the ship, and there is somebody who is basically there to provide the ship or space in the ship. That is what we call to be a charter market. I think you studied it in the first year. There is a charter market, a market where there is a place to buy and it is a place to sell. Like that in shipping, there is a charter market. Shipping market, some people say, some people even use the word freight markets. So there are mainly three players in a charter market. Who are those? One is the charterer, the person who is trying to hire the ship. Next is the ship owner, and the third is the broker, that is the ship broker. Let's quickly run through it, whatever you learnt in the first year. Before that, what does chartering basically mean? Chartering mainly deals with the entire process of commercial activity in any company. Any charterers company where they are having a shipping department, or in every ship owning company, there will be a chartering department. It's a commercial activity. The commercial activity is divided generally into four parts. First is fixture negotiation and finalization. Next is CP negotiation and finalization. CP negotiation and finalization means charter party negotiation and finalization. Then comes post fixture operations, and finally the financial settlement. Fixture. In chartering parlance, fixture means a contract. Okay, in shipping when you say a fixture is concluded, it means a contract is concluded. Contract between whom? Between the charterer and the ship owner. Now they can conclude a contract. Now how do they conclude a contract? There is a process that is involved, and that process is called as fixture negotiations. There is negotiation happening between a charterer and a ship owner. They negotiate with each other. After negotiations, they finalize the contract terms, and that is what is called as fixture. So there is a pre-fixture activity and there is a post-fixture activity. The first two boxes is a pre-fixture activity. Activity which involves finalization of a fixture. Activity which happens mainly to conclude a fixture, wherein fixture negotiations happen between the charterer and a ship owner. Charter party terms are negotiated. The terms, conditions, exceptions of a contract is negotiated between charterer and a ship owner. And that's a pre-fixture activity. Once the contract is finalized, the job moves to the post-fixture department. And generally it is said the commercial department, from chartering department to commercial department. They are the set of people who executes the contract. The contract is finalized. Let's say a contract is finalized between a charterer and a ship owner on a voyage charter. You have finalized that the ship is going to perform a voyage loading, let's say, from Brunei, a Syria terminal in Brunei, and discharge, let's say, is Chennai. This is a contract finalized by the chartering department. Now, the operations department, the commercial department will actually execute the contract. And how will they execute the contract? They will first collect the voyage orders from the charterers and they will pass it on to the captain. They will arrange agents at the load port Brunei. They will arrange agents at the discharge port Chennai. They will do the PDA, FDA. You learned it in the first year. Pro forma disbursement account, final disbursement accounts. They will monitor the inward outward activity of the ship at the load port, at the discharge port. They will monitor the cargo operations. And after the vessel discharges the cargo at Chennai, they will raise the freight and they will raise the demurrage claim, financial settlement. So, pre-fixture activity, activity before finalization of the contract, post-fixture activity, activity after finalization of the contract. Actually, this all comes under the purview of chartering. But in trade, in practice, in market, whenever you say, I am a chartering officer working for so-and-so company, the first impression that will be drawn is you are a negotiating officer. What are you? You are a negotiating officer. An officer who is basically negotiating in the charter market to finalize the contract, to finalize the fixture. That is your role. And that is the reason most of the chartering practitioners, chartering officers are also called as negotiating officers. What are they called? Negotiating officers. Tomorrow, after you complete your NMIS, some of you may pursue ICS, some of you may pursue further education, but some of you may indeed become chartering practitioners, chartering officers. It's quite possible. Okay. Now, when you say chartering or when you say chartering negotiation, one of the major function of a chartering practitioner is to decide and is to answer one question. And what is that question? How to employ ships. Am I correct? This is the basic question he needs to know. She is a ship owner. A new built ship is delivered to her. A brand new ship. Let's say a Panamax bulk carrier is delivered to her. What is the first question that will run in our mind? After the delivery of the ship, how to employ the ship? How will I employ? Now, what are the ways of employment of ship? One is put it on voyage charter. Another option is put it on time charter. The third option is put it on bareboat charter. These are the three basic things which will run in our mind. Now, what do you mean by voyage charter? The vessel is employed for a single voyage or series of voyage. The vessel loads from a particular port, discharges at a particular port. The moment the discharge is over, the contract comes to an end. Freight is realized by the ship owner. That is his revenue. All the costs, commercial management costs, that is your Operating cost, voyage related cost is borne by the ship owner. Cost towards manning and maintenance is borne by the ship owner. Revenue minus cost will tell me what is my profit. That is option 1 she has. Another option what she has, to put the ship on period charter, time charter. What do you mean by that? Wherein the ship is deployed for a period of time. You are giving the ship to the charterer for a period of time. The period of time could be 15 days, 1 month, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, or a very long term time charter, maybe even 10 years. Now during this, the ship owner earns a charter hire. What do they earn? A charter hire. Per day charter hire the ship owner earns. The ship is delivered to the charterer for the commercial activity. So all voyage related costs, that is bunkers, port cost, canal dues, stevedoring cost, agency fees, cost that is related to a voyage will be borne by the charterer. Manning and maintenance is still the responsibility of the ship owner. So those costs will be borne by the ship owner. Third option, what does she have? Bareboat charter. Just give the boat. The ship, the hull, the machinery, the ship, you should just deliver it to the charterer for a longer period of time. All voyage related cost, all cost towards manning, all cost toward maintenance, everything is borne by the charterer. Now this is what you learned in the first year. But my friends, there are other ways also of employing a ship. Now let's look at those. A very quick run on the slide. There are mainly 3 players in a charter market. First, the critical one is the charterer. Then the ship owner. Then an intermediary who connects the charterer and the ship owner, who is called as the broker. Owner. Who is an owner in a charter market? The head owner. The person who actually owns the ship is called as the head owner. Disponent owner. A owner who actually does not own the ship, who has basically hired the ship from somebody and is operating as an owner in the charter market, is called as disponent owner. Let's say that she has given the vessel on time charter to this gentleman. Now he is in the market marketing the ship, looking for employment of the ship. Though under the time charter party finalized between both of them, he is the charterer, she is the ship owner, but eventual contracts that he will be finalizing, he becomes the owner of the ship. Are you understanding? But can he call himself to be a head owner? No. She continues to be a head owner. He becomes the disponent owner, as if I am the owner of the ship. Or it could be pool managers. I'll come to you what do you mean by pool managers. Let's flag it. Let's move further. Charterer. Who is a charterer? A charterer, let me tell you, I had explained it in the first year also. A charterer is a person who enters into a contract with the ship owner for transportation of goods and who has interest in the transportation of goods. That's very important. He has an interest in the transportation of goods. Many a times, a lot of people misunderstand charterer means he is the cargo owner. No, not necessary. Always the transportation arrangement may not be done by the person who owns the cargo. Not necessary. A charterer could be a shipper, a charterer could be a receiver, a charterer could be a consignee, a charterer could be a trader, a charterer could be a speculator, or a charterer could be even an agent. But who is he? He is the person who enters into a contract with the ship owner and is responsible for fulfilling the obligation of the charterer as prescribed under the contract. He is the person who is actually obligated to make the payment of freight or make the payment of charter hire. And finally, the broker. He is nothing but a intermediary who acts on behalf of the charterer or who may act on behalf of the ship owner. There could be a trade, there could be a fixture concluded wherein there is a charterer, there is a ship owner, there is a charterer's broker, there is a ship owner's broker. So there could be two brokers in the chain of negotiations, in the chain of fixture finalization. Sometimes the broker is called as chartering agent. As per old school, chartering agent is a person whose role is similar to that of a broker. But when a broker becomes exclusive to a particular charterer or to a particular owner, he is called as chartering agent. Now see, there are broking firms. There are many broking firms. In India, it is the broking shops that is opening, particularly ship broking shops that is opening. It's just increasing day by day, because India is considered to be a very promising market for shipping. It's not from the ship owner's perspective, more from a charterer's perspective. Okay, lot of wet cargoes are coming to India. Wet cargoes means petroleum products, and lot of dry cargoes is also being imported in India. And after China, in Asia, you know now that east of Suez trade is dominating compared to west of Suez, or rather east of Suez markets are developing much faster than west of Suez. So you can very visibly see lot of broking companies are now getting established in India. The big time broking firms like SSY, Clarksons, Bremer Seascope, ACM, Maculing, all big broking firms, London based, US based broking firms, they are all started their offices here in India. Some are based in Delhi, some are based in Bombay. Okay. Now, these broking firms, what do? They are a professional company. They have set of clients. They meet the requirement of some set of ship owners, they meet the requirement of some set of charterers. They try to increase their client list. They try to improve their businesses. Now they work as and when the business comes. They are not restricted to one particular principle or one particular charterer or one particular owner. But there are situations wherein some companies have a chartering company of their own who just meet their requirement. Like there is a company called as Tupras, Turkey Petroleum, and there is a broking house called as Dennett's. Dennett's is a chartering agent of Tupras. Why? Dennett's activity is only for Tupras. They don't meet the requirement of other clients. They don't look for other clients. They are an in-house broker for Tupras. In such a situation, the broker is called as chartering agent because he is exclusive to a particular charterer or to a particular owner. And many a times, the chartering agent has an authority from the charterer to enter into a contract with the ship owner, because he is exclusive to a particular principal and he has been into the business for many years. So an owner who has done the business with Tupras for so many years may not mind entering into a contract with Dennett's because he knows Dennett's is an in-house company of Tupras. It's quite possible. So many a times, chartering agents we have seen enter into a contract with the ship owner as if they are the charterer. Okay? All of you understood that? Right. Now, all of you know this. There are two forms of charter. One is non-demise charter and demise charter. Under demise charter, there is a time charter and voyage charter, and under demise charter, you call it a bareboat charter. A very favorite NMIS question. What is the difference between BBC versus BBDC? I've seen this many years. What is the difference between a bareboat charter and a bareboat demise charter? Yes, what is the difference? Tell me.
I guess bareboat charter can be, like when it is over, the ship can be returned to the owner, and bareboat demise charter can be a case where once the lease is over, the ship gets transferred to the new owner, the one who is the charterer.
Very good. Absolutely right. Your guess is perfect. Under a bareboat demise charter, there is something called as a demise clause. This demise clause can be invoked mutually by the charterer and the ship owner. In such a circumstance, what happens is the ownership shifts from the ship owner to the charterer. See, I have told you, but let me repeat. Many a times if you see, who are the parties who generally put the ships on BBC or a bareboat charter? These are the companies who do not have specialization in shipping activity. They don't know how to commercially manage the ship. They don't know how to technically manage the ship. Banks, financial institutions, they invest in shipping. They buy ships because they have money. But once the ship is delivered, do they know to commercially operate it? No, they are bankers. Do they know to technically manage it, the screw bolt of a ship? They don't know. So what do? They put it on bareboat charter. 15 year, 20 year, they put it on bareboat charter. They get a per day charter hire irrespective of the market condition. The vagaries, the volatilities of the market is not going to affect their revenue because they are going to get a per day charter hire. Now this per day charter hire is the revenue that they are getting on a per day basis against their capital investment of buying a ship. Am I correct? Now what happens is after 15 years of time, the ship is fully depreciated in their books of accounts. They have recovered the money completely. The value of the ship in their books of account is zero. But the ship still has commercial life. Am I correct? By and large, you can say 25 years is the commercial life of a merchant ship. A well-maintained merchant ship, generally the commercial life is 25 years. Now people are saying with a lot of Chinese builds coming in, it is reduced to 20. Some are saying it is reduced to 15 also. But by and large, a well-maintained ship, it is about 25 years. So 15 years is over, the value of the asset in your books of accounts is zero. So the ship owner feels that he can give the ship to the charterer, he can start owning it against a lump sum money. So whatever money he gets is his direct profit. So then the charterer becomes the ship owner of the vessel. This type of contract is called as bareboat demise charter. Both are exactly the same. The only difference is under bareboat demise charter, there is a demise clause wherein there is an option for the charterer to own the ship after some period of time. Okay, very clear? Fine. You have any doubts, you ask me. Now let's see from a charterer's perspective, that is from a charterer's point of view. What is the advantage of voyage charter? Now let's say there is a company. Yes, please.
In bareboat demise charter, the charterer has to hire the ship for more than 10 years or 15 years, then only he can...
Not necessary. Actually, if you theoretically you speak, his question, let me repeat, because the camera will not catch his question. So I was told that any candidate asks a question, now you repeat the question so that you can have a good YouTube view. Perhaps they need to realize people will watch Prem Ratan Dhan Payo, not chartering class. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. He says yes. Not a nonsense. Okay. What question he is asking is that in a bareboat charter or a bareboat demise charter, should the minimum period be 10 years or should the minimum period be 15 years? Am I correct? See, I'll tell you. Frankly, there is no clear description of a minimum period under a bareboat charter or a bareboat demise charter. Okay? You can even have a bareboat charter for 1 month. But practically, is it possible? No, it's not possible. I am giving the ship to him for 1 month. In this 1 month, he has to appoint captain, he has to appoint the entire deck team, he has to appoint the entire engine team, he has to take the delivery of the ship, he has to perform voyages, he has to give back the ship to me. It's practically not possible. So, the very bareboat charter, most of the fixtures that is concluded is for a relatively long period. Okay? In the market, the least number of years I have seen on a bareboat charter is 5 years. I have not seen any fixture getting reported on bareboat charter less than 5 years. And the maximum I have seen is 20 years or even 22 years. So as a trade practice, generally the bareboat charter is for a longer period. Got my point? So it's never for a very short period. But you can have, if you ask me, if you have to debate why you can't have, no, you can very well have for a shorter period. But it is practically not feasible to have a bareboat charter for a shorter period. Charter, if he wants a shorter period and he wants to have a commercial control of the ship, he might as well take the ship on time charter. Why bareboat charter? Okay?
I was thinking from shipowner's point of view that he will not have profit after giving the ship.
Why? What profit he will not have?
After 15 years, the vessel, the books of accounting, the value is zero, right?
Books of accounts of whom? You are talking of a bareboat demise charter.
Right.
Books of accounts in the value is zero. That is a depreciated value.
Okay.
That is, there is no cost incurred towards your capex, your capital cost. Are you getting it? Capital cost consists of interest on capital employed, depreciation. These are the two major elements. Those both comes to an end because you have paid off the entire money to the shipyard, to the banks, financial institutions from whom you have taken loan to pay to your shipyard. You have paid back the entire money.
But still
Okay.
the ship is with the ship owner. Means the ship owner is the ship owner, right? So he can sell good money.
Araja, what he is trying to say is that, okay, I got your point. Now I got your point. What he's telling is, under a bareboat demise charter, okay, the charterer, the owner, 15 years is over. The value in the books of account is zero. Why is not selling the ship? He can sell the ship and make the money. Why is giving to charterer for owning the ship? You mean to say that he is giving to the charterer free of cost?
No, not free of cost.
He is not giving free of cost, my friend. When they finalized the BBDC 15 years back, at that time this was factored in. They had factored in that 15 years ke baad, the charterer and the owner can mutually agree to transfer the ownership. And the transfer of ownership will be against this much lump sum money. Now this lump sum money could be linked to the market. It could be linked to the S&P market. In the S&P market, what is the value of a 15-year-old ship? That is the money which perhaps the charterer has to pay to the ship owner to own back the ship. People are not fools. It's a well-defined contract. You got my point? Okay. Yes, if both of them mutually decide that no, bareboat charter is over, demise clause is not going to be invoked, the ship's asset still remains with the ship owner. Then he can sell it, he can scrap it, or he can make a museum out of it. That's a different issue. Got my point? Okay. Right. Don't worry. Okay. Ask questions, huh? Otherwise it will get very boring. Okay. Ask sensible questions. Okay. Now come to the point. Voyage charter, yes. I was thinking you are not asked till now. Yes. Yeah.
These slides will be available to us.
I swear. I was excited. Some question on time charter, bareboat charter. He's saying these slides are always available. I am available on YouTube. I'm telling you. What is the big deal now? After a couple of months. Anyway, jokes apart, all slides will be coming to the students. Okay? All slides will be coming to the students. I had announced it in the regular class that by and large your chartering syllabus is into 3 parts. First is introduction to chartering, next is dry cargo chartering, third is tanker chartering. Introduction to chartering I think I have completed for the regular batch of Narman Point. So the slides pertaining to that will go there. Then comes dry cargo chartering. After dry cargo chartering the slides will be sent. And after tanker chartering the slides will be sent. So well before you start your studies in February, all slides will be available with you. Okay? So you relax about it. Don't get tensed about it. If you are very tensed, instead of taking a selfie, take a photo of this. Okay? With some class I was seeing set of 6-7 students. I used to move here. And I was thinking, why these buggers are interested in taking a wrong side of my body? Then finally I couldn't control. I ended up asking, अरे बाबा तू फोटो क्यों ले रहे हैं मेरा? बोलते सर आपका क्या ले रहे हैं? हम लोग तो इसका ले रहे हैं. बोला अच्छा ठीक है, fine. Okay, so if you have a smartphone, which obviously you have, you can come and start taking the snaps. Okay, fine. From a charter's perspective, look at this. Now you have to see, increase your level from just understanding what is a voyage charter, time charter, and a bareboat charter. From a charter's perspective, if you are to deploy the ship on voyage charter, let's take her example only. What's your good name? Sunita, yeah. You are from Powai batch, no? Okay. Some faces I recognize because first year also I have seen you, second year also I have seen you, so not a big deal. You are from Nerul batch, correct? Okay. You are from Narman Point batch, but you are not regular. Correct? You are regular, huh? Achha, then you may be sitting in front bench. My focus is always on the back bench. Okay. Just joking. Relax. He's getting tensed. Okay. Now let's say Sunita has taken a delivery of a new Panamax vessel. Okay, brand new Panamax vessel. Now she has an option of putting the ship on voyage charter. If you put the ship on voyage charter, what is the advantage? Number one advantage is better freights in low freight markets. Better freight in low freight markets. This is from, now let's say that from a charter's perspective, not from Sunita's perspective, from a charter who is looking for a ship to be hired on voyage charter. Okay? Or rather, I will change the question. I will not move to Sunita. Yes, please.
Charter will get
the charter's perspective. Charter's perspective. Now, let's say he is the charter. What's your name? Salman. Nice name. Very popular amongst women in India. Okay. Salman. Now, Salman, I remembered, I forgot. Last year you had told me this, yeah. Now, Salman is a charterer, okay? He is a person who basically hires ship for deployment. He is interested in the cargo. His interest is cargo. Her interest is space in the cargo, the revenue, that is a charter hire or freight. Now, he is interested in a transport. One option is he meets his requirement of transportation by voyage charter. Now, what is the advantage he will have? Number one advantage is whenever he is taking ships on voyage charter, if the freight markets are low, he will get the biggest advantage. Am I correct? Because market जब भी नीचे जा रहा है उतना उतना कम freight तुम दे रहा है. Market is in a declining trend. Let's say in the month of July 2015, your voyage involved $22 per metric ton as freight. August it became $20. September it became $18. November it has come to $15 per metric ton. He is taking ships on voyage charter. Market is declining. He is getting better freight rates. Am I correct? He has to pay the freight. Am I correct? So that when the freight rate is coming down, he is getting the full advantage of it because the markets are coming down. His freight component, his freight exposure is also logically coming down because he is taking ships on voyage charter. Freedom to charter the ship as and when needed. He is not obligated to take the ship every time. जब भी मेरे को जहाज चाहिए उस वक्त मैं मार्केट में एंटर करूंगा. I will contact a broker, take the ship on voyage charter. As and when the ship is needed, that time he is taking the ship on voyage charter. What is the disadvantage? Continuously exposed to the vagaries of the spot market. Salman has one very big disadvantage. Salman can never know what is the freight exposure I am having against every shipment. In the month of November, he has paid $15 per metric ton. Can he tell in December what will be my freight exposure? No. It could be even $50 per metric ton. Market can just zoom and you will be exposed for a more freight in the situation. Availability of ship is not guaranteed. Yes, you many a times come across a situation wherein in a very tight market, in a owner friendly market, you may not get a ship. You are having a consignment to be loaded, let's say from Cape Town in South Africa, and to be discharged in West Coast India. Okay, the date given to you by the supplier is you have to load the cargo, let's say from 15th December 2015 to 20th December 2015. That is the window within which you have to present the ship. You enter the spot market to take a ship on voyage charter. There may not be a ship at all. Then you have to cancel the contract. There will be claims from the supplier. Your receiving plant who is supposed to get the cargo has to make arrangements as the cargo will not be delivered in time. The exposure that you will be taking will be much high. So under a voyage charter, the advantage is that in a falling market, the charterer is well covered. But there are certain risks. One of the biggest risks is the vagaries of the spot market can sometimes hit the charter very badly, and sometimes ships may not be available when he actually requires it. Now, who is a charterer? There could be some small time charterers, who is doing maybe 1 shipment, 2 shipments, 6 shipments, 7 shipments in a year. But there could be big time charterers also, who has to continuously do chartering of vessels. Let's take a case of Steel Authority of India Limited. Okay. Now, they import lot of cooking coal from Australia, particularly to East Coast India, to their Haldia plant. Lot of cooking coal they import. The total value that they import, or the total cargo size that they import in a year, is sometimes 12 million metric tons or 13 million metric tons. Generally, they bring it in the size of 60,000 per shipment. Now, such a company who is having 6 to 8 shipments in a month, do you think exposure to voyage charter makes sense? No, absolutely not. Because why? Because they are not into business of shipping. They are into business of steel mills, steel making. They need to continuously supply raw material to their plant. So they will definitely want to have a assurance that a tonnage is always available with them as and when they need, so that they can move the cargo from Australia to East Coast India. So full exposure on voyage charter, taking ships on voyage charter for meeting the entire requirement of 12 million metric tons per annum may not be sensible proposition. So second option, what do they have? They take some ships on time charter. Because when you take the ships on time charter, what is the advantage? Ship is under your commercial control. First advantage is that there is a fixed amount of charter hire. Steel Authority of India Limited decides that, okay, fine, what we are going to do is that we are going to just take 2 ships on time charter. And what is the time charter they have finalized? 15,000 for vessel 1, 14,000 for vessel 2. So they know for 1 year our exposure is $29,000 per day on these 2 ships. Am I correct? As far as charter hire is concerned, 29,000 is my exposure. 15,000 for vessel 1, 14,000 to vessel 2. So fixed amount of charter hire is known. Okay, even if the freight markets go up, their outgo of charter hire is going to remain only 29,000 because the ship is with them for a span of 1 year. Secure tonnage and not exposed to the variation in freight market. Yes, freight market goes up, down, whatever it is. The 2 ships are there. We have already blocked it at 15,000 and 14,000. That's going to be our outgo. We are not exposed to the high freight markets. Freedom of changing employment stroke voyage pattern. Yes. Voyage charter mein you have to define the load port, you have to define the discharge port. Suddenly Steel Authority decides that no, we are not going to bring coking coal from Australia, we are going to take it from Indonesia, or we are going to take it from South Africa. They can send the ship over there because the ship is in their commercial control. That is the advantage. The biggest disadvantage, no advantage in a slump market. You have taken the ship today at 15,000 and 14,000. 2 months down the line, suddenly the market collapses. you still can't take the advantage of it because you have to pay at 29,000 for these two ships. So the advantage of slump market is lost. The biggest disadvantage is have to arrange for port agents and shall be responsible for all voyage related costs. Yes, you have taken the ship, commercial control is with you, you have to meet all the voyage related expenses, bunker cost, canal dues, port charges, stevedoring, agency, everything has to be paid by you. Not only paid by you, arranged by you. What you have to do? You have to appoint agent at the load port, appoint agent at the discharge port. You have to supply bunkers to the ship. Now bunker cost also keeps varying. So your cost element may keep changing depending upon the bunker prices. So literally you become a ship operator. Though your core business is running a steel mill, but you become a ship operator. So there is a disadvantage of taking a ship on time charter. Now what do generally happen? That's how you need to know what are the other forms of contracts. The other form of contract, anybody? COA. They have all attended my class. Okay. Now let's look at this. The grid shows in the charter market, you can see the two cartoons shaking hands. One is the owner, another is the charterer. Okay. Owner is in the charter market with an objective of making revenue. Charterer is in the charter market with an objective of looking for transport. They both enter into a contract, and what is that contract called as? Charter party. What is the contract between a charterer and a ship owner called as? Charter party. Okay, be very clear. Charterer, ship owner, charter party. Okay, some students tend to misunderstand the term of charterer and charter party. They use the word charter party in place of charterer. The entire meaning changes. When you read the sentence, it looks funny. Be very careful. Charter party is a document signed between the charterer and the ship owner. Now what are the contracts they can enter? They can enter into a bareboat charter, into a time charter, into a voyage charter. Under voyage charter, they have two options. Option 1 is consecutive voyage. Option 2 is contract of affreightment. Again, a very favorite NMIS question. What do you mean by contract of affreightment? And under time charter, there is something called as trip time charter. Consecutive voyages. Consecutive voyages is a situation wherein a ship is deployed not for one voyage but for a series of voyages. Salman has to move a cargo from, let's say, Richards Bay Coal Terminal to the most popular leg is Mundra, to the Adanis. Richards Bay Coal Terminal to Adanis, he has to continuously move the cargo. He has realized from Richards Bay 5 days for loading, 4 days for discharge and about 12 days of passage. 5 days loading, 4 days discharge, 9 days, 12 days laden leg, it comes to round about 21 days. And he has realized that every month I have to do one consignment. So what does he do? He enters into a contract with the ship owner not for one voyage but a series of 3 voyages. In November you load one cargo, in December you load one cargo, in January you load one cargo. Depending upon the itinerary of the vessel, depending upon the movement of the vessel, I will get the stem dates, the loading dates from the supplier. Consecutive voyages. You are entering into a contract for consecutive voyages with Sunita. One loading Panamax, second loading Panamax, third loading Panamax. Now you may finalize one rate for 3 voyages, it's possible. Or you may finalize multiple rates for 3 voyages. That's up to you. Uspe koi guarantee nahi hai. But consecutive voyages, not just single voyages, many voyages. CVs what you call. And when you generally deploy the ship on CVs, you tentatively get some discount. Am I correct? If the spot voyage rate for a movement from RBCT to Mundra is $20 per metric ton, Salman will tell Sunita, I'm sorry, $20 per metric ton is definitely the freight rate, but that is a spot market rate for one voyage. I am not giving you one business, I am giving you 3 business. Give me some discount. Are you getting it? So charter can take an advantage of it. Also, is rest assured that coming 3 months, if the market goes up or doesn't go up, I have secured my tonnage for movement of cargo from Richards Bay to Mundra. Consecutive voyages. Next popular method is contract of affreightment. What is contract of affreightment? Anybody? It's called as COA, of which A stands for affreightment. What is contract of affreightment?
Is it quantity of cargo to be transported?
Quantity of cargo to be transported.
One of the like total quantity.
Total quantity, yes. It contract of affreightment does not deal with one shipment, but it is collective of many shipments. Yes, please.
In lots they are shipped. Like 1,80,000 metric tons are to be shipped. They will be shipped in 60,000, 60,000.
Okay.
It's the shipment of an agreed quantity of cargo
Hmm.
over
Number of
over a specified number of voyages.
Number of voyages?
For a period of time.
For a period of time. Okay, good. Affreightment basically is derived from 2 words, that is shipment and freight paid against that shipment. See, now you look from the point of view of a big charterer. Now let's take Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, okay, BPCL. BPCL is having refineries in 2 places. One is Cochin, another is Bombay. New Bombay mein nahi hai kuch. ठीक है, Bombay. These are the 2 places where Bharat Petroleum Refinery Limited is having refineries. Now, what is the raw material that comes to the refineries? Crude oil. Am I right? That is the main cargo that keeps coming. Now, what do BPCL do? BPCL has to import crude oil from different places. The majority of the cargo is coming from Arabian Gulf, because for India, importing cargo from Arabian Gulf makes more sense because it is geographically closely located. Also, Indians have good relations with Arabian Gulf by and large, whether it's Saudi, whether it's Oman, whether it's Iran. By and large, India has very good relations. And traditionally, that is the hub from where the majority of crude oil comes. Now, of course, West Africa, Caribs, lot of other areas are developing for supply of crude oil. West Africa is coming up in a very big way. But Arabian Gulf, technically, most of the Indian refineries source their crude oil. Now, let's say BPCL enters into a contract with the suppliers over there. Saudi Aramco, the supplier in Saudi Arabia, he enters into a contract that in the calendar year 2016, 6 million metric tons of cargo has to be imported. He enters into a contract with the Oman supplier, 2 million metric tons. He enters into a contract with ADNOC, Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, 2 million metric tons to be imported. He enters into a contract with Iranian supplier, that is National Iranian Oil Company, NIOC, 2 million metric tons. Just imagine, I am talking of 2 million metric tons, okay? So, sab mila ke around 12 to 13 million metric tons of cargo has to be imported from Arabian Gulf in the calendar year 2016. Calendar year means January to December, which is not a small quantity. Some cargoes will come on Aframaxes. Aframaxes means what is the size? 1 lakh? Aare baap re. 40,000. About 80,000 metric tons. That is generally the standard size of Aframax. Gear up, huh? This is chartering. You have to gear up. Okay? The parcel sizes, generally the categories of ships in tankers is, though you may know, one is handy tankers, the smallest size. That comes medium range tankers, that is around 40-45,000. Then comes LR1 tankers, which is also popularly called as Panamax tankers. Then comes LR2 tankers, and under LR2 tankers there is Aframax tankers. Okay, generally the the deadweight of an Aframax is more than 1 lakh tons. So when it is more than 1 lakh tons, the loadability is generally ranging between 80,000 to 90,000. Sometimes bigger Aframaxes, which is having a size of 1,15,000, 1,18,000, they can load up to 1 lakh tons cargo also. After Aframax, next comes is Suezmaxes. Okay, very popular in India. Okay, Suezmax shipments are very popular in India. Then comes VLCC, very large crude carrier. They are called the Vs. In the chartering markets, people call it the Vs. And then comes the ULCC, that is the ultra large crude carriers. So by and large, you can see different categories of ships are there. Now let's say BPCL has finalized that 12 million metric tons of crude oil has to be imported from Arabian Gulf to West Coast India, because one refinery is in Bombay, another refinery is Cochin, both are ports. So cargo will be discharged at these two places. Now this 12 million metric tons, one option they have is they take all ships on voyage charter. But don't you think they will be exposed too much? Yes. Because some parcels will be of 80,000, some parcels will be of 1,30,000, some parcels will be of VLCC 2,50,000. Every month they have nothing less than 8 to 10 shipments. Taking exposure in the voyage charter is very, very complicated. Can they meet the entire requirement by taking the ships on time charter? Yes, they can. But then the commercial management of the ships will increase substantially. Another thing is, if the ships idle, then it becomes another big problem. And if you take too many ships on time charter, some ships may end up idling. But during the idle period, you have to continue to pay the charter hire. So the risk of excess charter hire is also there. So what do such companies do? Such companies generally enter into contract of affreightment. Contract of affreightment, wherein they are trying to enter into a contract with another ship owner who has an appetite, who has varied tonnage list, who can meet their requirement as and when they need it. Now let's say company like BPCL, they enter into contract of affreightment with Shipping Corporation of India. Okay, SCI, my company. Now SCI has 7 Suezmax tankers, they have 10 Aframax tankers, they have 5 VLCCs. Okay, they have varied list of tonnages which can meet their requirement. And what do? They enter into a contract of affreightment. The contract of affreightment defines 12 million metric tons of cargo to be loaded from Arabian Gulf region and discharged in West Coast India. Every month BPCL will give a list of stems, a list of cargo stems to SCI. SCI has to position the ship, load cargo, discharge the cargo. After discharge of cargo, they will earn freight. The advantage of such an arrangement is that the possibility of non-availability of the ship is literally negated. Am I correct? Because you are giving the entire shipping to another company who is having varied tonnage list and who can meet your requirement. You are basically passing on the burden of shipping arrangements to some other player who basically actually owns the vessel. And you can concentrate on your core activity, that is oil refining. So this kind of arrangement is becoming very, very common, wherein a charterer who has a big size of cargo to be moved over a period of time enters into a contract of affreightment with an owner who basically cater to their shipping requirements. Okay. In India also you can see BPCL, HPCL is having COA with SCI. Okay. Mangalore Refineries Petrochemicals Limited is having a COA with India Steamship. There are some international COAs like Exxon Mobil, a very, very big charterer. He is having a COA with TK, another very big ship owning company. You have seen Steel Authority of India Limited have COA with SCI, with Daiichi. Reliance is having COA with ST Shipping, sometimes with SCI. Different kind of COA arrangements are there, which gives an adequate comfort to the ship owner as he is securing cargo, which gives adequate security to the charterer as he is securing some tonnage. Okay, let's quickly run through the slide before we get on to chartering negotiations. This is important, COA. Okay, the main purpose of contract of affreightment is to oblige a carrier to lift a fixed or determinable quantity of cargo of a specified type over a given period of time. Usually, COA is not limited for one particular vessel but operates as a series of voyage charters. Like in one voyage charter, let's say Salman enters into a voyage charter with Sunita, the name of the ship will be identified, the load port will be identified, the discharge port will be identified. Since COA is over a period of time, okay, never the ships are identified because you can't say which ship will be performing which voyage. Only a list of cargo will be identified and a list of ships will be identified. Freight is payable on quantity of cargo transported and the carrier bears the risk of delay en route. This is one flip side on the owner's side, that once you finalize a COA, if there is any delay for the voyage, generally that risk of that delay is always comes on to the ship owner. That one risk he always runs with. Sorry? Okay. You are shaking his chair, he is telling. Okay. Trip time charter. Now trip time charter is a different arrangement. Over here, the ship is deployed on time charter for a particular trip. Now how does this happen? Suppose there is a cargo that is to be loaded, let's say from Dampier in Northwest Australia, and the cargo has to be discharged, let's say at Onsan. Onsan is in South Korea. Very good. The cargo is to be discharged in Onsan, South Korea. Iron ore is moving from Australia to South Korea. Now there is a charterer who basically wants to perform this particular voyage. The ship is positioned in Singapore. The charterer enters into a contract with the ship owner on TCT basis, that is time charter trip. And what is the trip? The trip identified is Singapore to Onsan via Dampier. Singapore to Onsan via Dampier. That is the trip that is identified. Over here, a combination of a voyage charter and time charter takes place, wherein the voyage is defined. What is a voyage? Voyage is Dampier to Onsan. But the arrangement is like that of a time charter. Under time charter, what happens? The ship is delivered to the charterer. Charterer takes over the commercial management of the ship. All voyage related expenses are borne by the charterer. Port cost, bunker cost, canal dues, all voyage related costs are borne by the charterer. Under voyage charter, everything is borne by the ship owner. Under trip time charter, the period is never defined. Period depends upon the completion of the voyage. But the responsibility of the owner and ship owner, charterer, is like that of a time charter. So they enter into a contract wherein the ship is delivered on time charter to the charterer at Singapore. Charterer takes over the ship. He ballasts the ship from Singapore to Dampier. He arranges agent at Dampier. He loads the cargo at Dampier. He takes the ship all the way to Onsan, discharges cargo at Onsan, pay port charges at Ulsan. After discharge of cargo, he re-delivers the ship back to the ship owner. Just like a time charter, but the essence is not time, essence is the completion of the voyage. So this kind of arrangement is called as trip, time charter trip, popularly called as TCT. 2015 short note question. What is TCT? Okay, time charter trip, because you are expected to know even the abbreviations. Time charter trips means the charterer employs the vessel on a time charter basis for a period of a specific voyage for the carriage of a specific voyage cargo, and this practice has given rise to the term time charter on trip basis, that is TCT. TCT is similar to voyage chartering with regard to the fact that the intention of the parties is to employ the vessel for 1 or 2 voyages. The period of TCT depends on the voyage and is not fixed like in case of time chartering. The roles of charterer and ship owner are identical to those as that of time charter. Very simple. Now let's look one more arrangement, that is consecutive voyages. We have already gone through. Consecutive voyages are voyage charters where one voyage follows immediately upon another. One for an agreed number of voyages for as many voyages as possible within the specific time frame of the contract. In this case, the voyage element is dominating, the idea being that the vessel shall be traveling consecutively with cargoes nominated by the charterer between the agreed loading and discharging ports. Next is the pools.
In that case, same vessel has to.
Generally consecutive voyages, it has to be the same ship. Okay, it's a voyage charter contract only, but not for one voyage but series of voyages. Pools. Now pools, it's called as shipping pools. Tanker pools are there, but dry cargoes it is generally called as shipping pools. Now this is a new arrangement. Okay, now I generally equate pools to something like mutual funds. I think every time I give the same example, mutual funds. Now what do mutual fund companies do?
They gather all the fund from various.
They invest
Yeah.
in various.
What do they do? Suppose I am a mutual fund company. Okay, what do? I collect some money from him, collect some money from him, collect some money from him, collect some money from her. All this money I pool into, and then I invest into different places. Okay, sometime I invest it into equities, sometime I invest it into debt market, sometime into bullion market, sometime into government securities, sometimes into treasury bills. Different areas I invest, and they all are kind of shareholder of this particular money. Okay, this money increases, it gets equally shared. If he wants to exit, whatever is his contribution, whatever appreciation is there in the fund, that is passed on to him. Fund manager. And who am I? Do I put in my money? Generally no. I am only a fund manager who is managing the fund of others. Pool management is something similar. Over here, what do? A pool management company, he pools in ships of similar type, brings in together similar type ships and handles the commercial management of the ship. Suppose I am starting an MR tanker pool. Mr. Das has one MR tanker, I take a ship, I take one MR tanker from him, I take one MR tanker from him, I take one MR tanker from him, and one MR tanker from her. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 ships I am having with me. So my pool company has 5 ships. I can market those 5 ships. Now with these 5 ships, I can enter into time charter, I can enter into voyage charter, I can even think of finalizing contract of affreightments. All of you agree? Yes, because I am having 5 ships with me. With one ship, Mr. Das was finding it difficult to market, but I can market it better because I am now having 5 ships. Please understand, every ship, every market is different. Like in case of let's say in case of an Aframax market, there are different markets. There is an Arabian Gulf to East market, there is East to Australia market, there is Black Sea to Mediterranean market, there is Caribs to US Gulf market, there is Transmed market, there is an US Gulf to West Africa market, there is West Africa to China market. Different markets are there in the world. Sometimes the freight levels of a particular market will be high, freight levels of a particular market will be less. If there is one owner, it is very difficult to take the advantage of a high market. But if there is an owner with lot of ships, he can scatter his ships into different markets, and markets where it is high, he can earn, and it will cover up for the low markets. You know, that is a better form of hedging, wherein you spread out your markets so that you spread out your risks. Pool management started gaining lot of prominence because of this. When the markets were very subdued in 2009, small time ship owners or ship owners who did not have critical mass, who had very limited number of ships, were finding it very difficult to market the vessels. Pool management companies said, we are professional commercial management companies, we are very good pool managers, we can pool in different kinds of ships, we can scatter the ships in different market, and whatever earnings we get, we just share it with you. This concept is called as pools. Okay? It's become very, very popular. In fact, most of the big time owners have started their own pool company. TK has a pool company, Headmar has a pool company, Navigate has a pool company, Scorpios have a pool company. In India, it's not much come up, but lot of Indian owners are deploying ships on pools nowadays, so that the entire responsibility of commercial management is with them. Okay? It is a joint venture between the ship owners of a similar type with central administration, which are marketed as a single entity, negotiating voyage, time charter parties and contract of affreightment, where the revenues are pooled and distributed to owners. A pool is a collection of similar vessel types under various ownerships placed under a care of administration. This administration markets the vessel as a single cohesive unit and collects the earnings which in due course are distributed to individual owners under a pre-arranged weighing system by which each entered vessel could get its fair share. You should understand one thing. The money that the pool earns will not be equally distributed to the ship owners. It is distributed on a weighing system. Now I am having 6 pool. Mr. Das ship is 1999 built. Sunita's ship is 2010 built. Can I give the equal earning to both of them? No. That's a more younger tonnage that deserves better earnings. Okay. So the weighing system will be laid down depending upon your speed, your consumption, your age, your loadability, your dischargeability. On those factors, you will be having a weighing system. The best part about pools is pools generally work on a internet platform. They have a portal of their own wherein it's a very transparent methodology of how the pool ships are getting operated, what is the revenue earned, what is the costs paid for it. And what do the pool managers get in return? They get a professional management fees. Okay? Like it could be $250 per ship per day, or it could be 1% of the freight that is earned on a ship. They have a separate professional fees for that. Okay? Very, very clear? Yes, Salman.
Do they act like a broker?
No, not at all. They act as a disponent owner. Are you getting my point? I am having a pool company, Dinesh Pool Company. Okay? Das का ship है, Salman का ship है, Sunita का ship है. 3 ship है मेरा pool में. How will I enter the charter market? I will enter the charter market as a ship owner, as a disponent owner who can market the Salman ship, who can employ the Salman ship. No, they are into a pool arrangement. And pool arrangement has a fixed period. When I enter into a pool contract, I will specify Salman cannot exit the pool for 18 months. So this 18 months the ship will remain with me. I can even put the ship, suppose Salman's MR tanker, I give it to this gentleman on time charter for 6 months. Then the pool will get that much revenue. Got my point? Yes, please.
So is it like a consortia?
No, not at all. Not at all. Consortia is a different game altogether. It's more in case of a liner trade. Pool generally is for tramp trade. Okay? Because basically you are giving the ship to the pool. As far as ship's owner is concerned, the pool is having the full control of it.
There will be an agreement between.
Of course, 100%. Everything is a written document. There is a pool agreement contract.
Okay, it's a separate.
That's right. What happens is this pool will have a management. And who will be the board members? The owners will be the board members. And the pool manager will be the board member. Are you getting my point? So you become the shareholder, you become the owner. That's the reason the word joint venture is used. It's a joint venture. The risks are also with you guys. Ship remains unemployed, earning goes down. His ship is unemployed, earnings go down. It affects the entire pool because the entire pool's revenue comes down. From that revenue, you are distributing the money to the different pool members. Very clear? Yes.
In case of a claim or collision, who bears the cost?
In case of a,
Claim.
it will be dealt the way it is. If there is a collision, suppose his ships collides, then you have to ascertain what is the owner's liability. His ship will have an H&M policy. Am I correct? Technical manning and maintenance is still the responsibility of Salman. It's not my responsibility.
Funds are taken from the pool.
Nahin, it depends on how we want to settle it. What is the kind of claim? If there is a cargo claim, then maybe the pool may end up paying. The pool may end up paying and that may bring down the revenue. In which case, and if it is found it is the fault of the master or the owner, then that money will be reduced from the contribution made to Salman. That all will be described in the pool agreement. Got my point? If there is an H&M issue, then his H&M underwriters will deal with it. Because maintenance and manning and insurance is still an issue dealt with owners only.
So if it goes for a general average,
See, that's what I'm saying. That is basically the claim comes on that particular ship. And if the claim is of the generic nature, leading to an erosion of revenue of the pool earnings, it will affect the pool completely. Yes, that's true. But generally those things are well insured. You know, pool ensures that the ships are well insured. They have an FD&D cover also. That is freight, debt freight, demurrage cover. So that any loss of earnings is also insured. So that insurance money he will get, then the pool's erosion doesn't happen in a big way. Got my point? So most of the pools, that is the reason they try to avoid inferior quality ships. They always try to maintain a better quality ships. Okay? Yes.
You mentioned in the cost of affreightment that
Contract of affreightment.
Contract of affreightment that specified type of cargo.
That's right. What happens is, contract of affreightment, the nature of cargo will be very clearly defined. Because the loading area is defined, the discharging area is defined, not the discharging port. Loading area and the discharging area is defined. The nature of cargo will also have to be defined. In the case of BPCL, it will be mentioned as no heat crude oil. That is the nature of cargo. Steel Authority of India enters into a contract of affreightment, it will be defined as coking coal is the nature of cargo. Are you getting it? Generally, because why it is? It is for a specific cargo in great size to be shipped over a period of time. Okay? Yes. Okay, just quick one before we break for the tea. What is a charter party? All of you know it's a contract. A charter party is nothing but a documented contractual agreement defining the terms and conditions between a charterer and a ship owner of a shipping service. Charter party is derived from the Latin expression parted paper. During olden days, what used to happen is a charter party, you know, olden days, there was no this kind of emails and those kind of system. What they used to do is that they used to make a charter party. All the terms and conditions used to be written in two parts. A paper will be taken, center portion, center it will be divided. On the left hand side also you write, on the right hand side also you write. And then you tear this page. Okay. So if tomorrow there is an arbitration proceeding, litigation proceedings, you will take that charter party, try to, the paper edges will be touched with each other and then they will realize that yes, this is the original document. Okay. So parted paper, two parted paper will be brought in together to check the authenticity of the contract. So that's how the word party came in and that's how the term charter party came into existence. Chartering negotiations, chartering terms and abbreviations, voyage estimation. Of these three, I can cover two. Voyage estimation will be a rush affair. Since most of you are from regular batch, I don't recommend that because you will be going at.
Okay, it will be covered.
100% it will be covered. Okay, it will be a rush affair. What I prefer is since we will be having one more contact class, that will be in February. By then you all are very well motivated. Let's keep problems for February. February contact class we will only do exam problems. Okay? Today let's do theory. It may be a little boring, but let's do that. Okay? And since we are on camera, theory goes well. Because the objective of this is that this is to market the institute, you know. So problems I say 30,000, 40,000, camera will not understand where to look, whether there, whether here, it will create problems. Will that be okay? What I intend to do is chartering negos and chartering terms and abbreviations, important ones. Will that be okay? All of you are okay with it? Sure, fine. Friends, chartering negos for the regular batch, I have done it in great depth, but it's worth a discussion. I have got a case study also, a different case study. So once you look at that, you will very clearly understand. As I told you, the core chartering activity is negotiations. And this negotiations has certain process. The negotiation happens by word of mouth. That is, you speak and you negotiate. Negotiations, sometimes it is recorded, sometimes it is so rapid and fast that you have to negotiate over phone and you have to conclude a deal. And that is the reason generally it is said, or rather it is, chartering is a business of trust. Once a chartering negotiator communicates something, he is bound by it, he has to comply by it. He cannot go back on what has been agreed. It is considered to be unprofessional, it is considered to be unethical. Ethics in chartering is of paramount importance. Because always understand that the negotiation is happening between a representative in charterer's office, a representative in the ship owner's office, and a broker who is liaising between both of them, who is acting as an intermediary between both of them. They may be situated in different countries. The charterer may be sitting in Turkey, the owner may be sitting in India, the broker, owner's broker may be sitting, let's say, in Dubai, charterer's broker may be sitting in London. So the negotiations happens between four of them, the charterer, the owner, and in between the charterer's broker and the owner's broker. So whatever you discuss, whatever you commit, you have to stick by that. You cannot go back on that. If you go back on that, it is generally considered to be an unethical practice. And there are agencies available with whom a charterer or a ship owner can say that so and so chartering practitioner from so and so company is unethical in his practice. And that will be known by the entire chartering fraternity. Yes, he adopts unethical chartering practices. And that is the reason always chartering has a punchline that is called as our word, our bond. Olden days, you know, this Rajputs used to say, Zaban de diya matlab de diya. You cannot go back on that. That is the simple meaning of it. And that is the caption even for BIMCO, Baltic International Maritime Council, our word, our bond. That is the caption even for Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers, which basically specialization into chartering, which says that our word, our bond. I say the freight is $2 million as ship owner's representative. After 10 minutes, अरे मैं 2 million नहीं बोला था, 2.1 million बोला था. No, it's an unethical practice. You are committed means you are committed. You cannot go back by that. And that is the reason generally you will see the set of professionals who are into chartering fraternity are the people who are quite well versed with the commercial activity shipping. They will know the charter party terms and conditions quite well. They will know a specific trade quite well. You will see some set of brokers are very specialized in tankers. Some set of brokers are very specialized in dry cargo. Some set of brokers are very specialized in offshore activity. Okay, there could be generalist also. I'm not saying that, who can handle all different type of task. Like in SCI, it's a Government of India enterprise. Chartering department does everything. VLCC chartering se leke passenger chartering tak, everything you have to do. Sometimes cruise liner also you have to charter in. Sometimes tugs you have to charter in. Sometimes offshore you have to charter in. Okay, but they have it of their own setup. So the word, yes please.
Sir, what is the offshore activity? I mean, what is the role of brokers?
There are offshore broking also, wherein generally the stereotype form of negotiations don't happen. But offshores are deployed on time charter, offshores are deployed for specific projects, wherein a broker may act as an intermediary between the owner of the offshore vessel and the charter who is trying to look for it. It happens. Suppose a platform installation is there. You are looking for an PSV vessel. An owner may have a PSV vessel. A broker can finalize a contract between the owner and a charterer. It does happen, which is again a negotiations. The negotiation generally in such kind of cases is not very fast and brisk the way it happens with tankers or bulk carriers. Okay, it's a bit more formal and bit more long drawn process of finalization of contract. Okay, so the key thing what I want to emphasize is chartering ethics is important, and the word given by the chartering practitioner is quite important. Now let's understand what is chartering all about. Chartering is a core commercial activity for merchant shipping. It is truly international activity with a very fast flowing information network, rapidly negotiated contracts with no formal meetings. Don't expect that there will be a formal meeting. Charter man will sit, broker will sit, owner will sit, they will sit on a round table, negotiate and finalize. No, everything happens through modern aids of communication. Okay, olden days it used to be through phone. Nowadays people use Skype, they use Yahoo Messenger. Yahoo Messenger is still very popular in the broking fraternity. Okay, Skype has become quite popular nowadays. People speak through Skype and finish it. Telephone still continues to dominate. And emails of course are there. Highly standardized procedure which eliminate errors of understanding between owners and charterers from different parts of the world. Now you understand different countries, different people, different time zones. Complexities could be huge. So that is the reason there is a standardized laid down procedure for chartering negotiations, and that is the reason you need to know what that negotiation process is. It's a must. You have not understood chartering if you have not understood what is the negotiation procedure that needs to be adhered to by a chartering practitioner or by chartering practitioner of an owner's office or a charterer's office. Now my emphasis will be how does this process actually happen? What are the steps in chartering? Often you will find lot of theoretical questions in your examination paper pertaining to this particular subject. Enquiry, offer, counters, subjects. What do you mean by subjects? You know, you should not write subject is chartering, it's 100-mark paper. Okay, subjects. What do you mean by subs recap? What do you mean by clean recap? All these terms you will have to understand. Enquiry. I'll just quickly run through, you'll understand it. The chartering process starts with an enquiry. Who floats an enquiry? A charterer floats an enquiry. Okay? A charterer actually floats an enquiry. Now let's say I have an enquiry. I am a charterer. I have 1,30,000 tons of crude oil, very popular, to be loaded from Bonny. Where is Bonny? No, Nigeria, very good. From Bonny offshore for discharge, let's say Qingdao in China. Where is the cargo? Cargo is to be loaded from Bonny, discharged in China. What is the parcel size? 1,30,000. So which category ship? Suezmax. Capesize is in bulk carriers. In tankers it is called as Suezmax. Suezmax tanker has to be hired in. I am the charterer. The ladies, what do you mean by lady? The contractual date on which the ship has to be presented at the load port for loading the cargo. This is called as lady. The lady for this particular cargo is 15th December to 17th December 2015. Okay. So now what is the charterer? Charterer Dinesh, loading from Bonny, discharging at China, Qingdao. Ladies is 14th December to 15th December 2015. Now this is the inquiry. Inquiry says 1,30,000 tons of crude oil loaded from Bonny offshore for discharge in Qingdao during lay days 14-15 December 2015. This is what is the inquiry. The charter gives the inquiry to the broker. Let's say my broker is Salman. Okay. I give my inquiry to the broker. Tell broker that ye cargo load karna hai, you get me a ship. Now when you look at the inquiry, Salman immediately understands no heat cargo has to be loaded 1,30,000. That means I have to look for a Suezmax tanker. He's a tanker broker. I have to look for ships which is in and around West Africa region because loading is in West Africa. Or I have to look for ships which may be ballasting from Singapore, which may be ballasting from continent, but it has to reach the load port within 14-15. Am I correct? So immediately he will drop a tonnage list. Which are the possible ships which can make for that particular cargo 14-15. Finally, Salman identifies a ship owned by Mr. Das. Mr. Das' ship is getting free at Durban in South Africa on 10th December 2015. Mr. Salman says, contacts Mr. Das and he tells, I have a private inquiry. Why does he say the word private inquiry? That inquiry is only with Salman. He uses the word, I have a private inquiry. It's private with me. Only I have the right to negotiate it. My charterer Dinesh has given me the right to negotiate with it. That means this cargo is not actually shown to other owners. It's a private inquiry. I have a private inquiry from Dinesh loading from Bonny 1,30,000. Laycan is 14-15 December. Discharge in China. Your ship is opening in Durban around 10th. एक दिन का स्टीमिंग है, तुम 11 तारीख तक पहुंच जाओगे, तुम्हारे लिए बढ़िया कार्गो है. क्यों? Lesser ballast, longer laden. Am I correct? Ballast is only 1 day from Durban to Bonny and laden is Bonny all the way to China. A relatively longer laden. Beautiful cargo. Mr. Das says that, okay, fine, I will definitely register an offer to the charterer. You come to the next stage of negotiations, that is offer. A offer is registered by a ship owner to a charterer. Offer. How does the offer look like? The offer says, vessel, motor tanker, Beautiful Mary, that's the name of the ship, Mr. Das. Beautiful Mary, opening Durban, load port, one safe port, safe berth, Bonny offshore, discharge port, one safe port, safe berth, Qingdao, freight, 5 million lump sum, US dollars, huh? 5 million US dollars in lump sum. Lay time, demurrage. There will be a demurrage rate. What is demurrage?
Delays in loading the ship.
That is demurrage.
You know, it's the amount to be paid by the charterer to the owner, or vice versa, depending if it's a time charter or voyage charter. The amount to be paid.
What laying of the
is,
ship?
loss of time.
What is demurrage? I'm surprised, huh? Believe me. I heard of the term. What is demurrage?
The time allowed for loading and discharging exceeds
Hmm.
what charter pay to owner as a amount of money. The damage.
Very good.
It's a kind of compensation for the detention of the vessel.
For the retention of the vessel.
Detention.
Detention of the vessel. Very good. That's a correct answer. Anybody else? What do you mean by demurrage? I was assuming first year if you are cleared, you should know what is demurrage. Okay. Let me explain. Sorry?
The extra time for a container in the yard for detention.
For detention. Okay. I'm talking of a ship demurrage over here, not a container demurrage. See, first of all, demurrage will be incurred only if the vessel is on voyage charter. First thing, always remember. There is no demurrage if a ship is on time charter. Because time charter may the ship is with the charterer. So any time the ship gets detained, the ship owner need not be bothered, he will get his per day charter hire. So there is no question of demurrage under time charter. Under voyage charter what happens is, there is always a lay time that is defined. What do you mean by lay time? Lay time is the time given to the charterer for completing the loading and discharging operation. Okay? There is a time that is given for the charterer to complete the loading and discharging operation. 2 days for loading, 2 days for discharge. So 2 days is the lay time at load port, 2 days is the lay time at discharge port, both you add together, 4 days is the total lay time. Now this is called as lay time allowed. Under the charter party, you are allowing the charterer to do the loading and discharging operation within 4 days. But sometimes what happens is, the ship may exceed the lay time. The actual time taken by the ship to load and discharge may be about 5 days. So the lay time taken is 5 days. The actual time taken for loading and discharging is 5 days. But the lay time allowed under the charter party was how much? 4 days. So for this 1 day, for this one excess day that the charter has taken to load and discharge the cargo, the ship owner has to be compensated, and that compensation is called as demurrage. Demurrage is nothing but a compensation, the right word he used, it's a compensation paid to the ship owner for the excess lay time taken by the charterer. So if the lay time defined is 4 days, the ship has taken 5 days, 1 day is excess lay time taken, for that 1 day he has to pay the demurrage. Demurrage is generally defined $10,000 per day, $20,000 per day, $30,000 per day. It's very clearly defined. Now there could be a situation wherein the charter completes the loading and discharging operation before the prescribed lay time. In this particular case, 2 days for load port, 2 days for discharge port. The charter completed the loading in 1.5 days. He completed the discharge also in 1.5 days. So what is the actual lay time taken? Actual lay time taken is 3 days. So lay time allowed is 4 days. Lay time taken is 3 days. So lay time saved is 1 day. Now for this 1 day, the ship owner rewards the charterer. Because you have completed the operation fast, you have given the ship back to me after your voyage early, my ship is able to be employed immediately, early for the next voyage, so I need to reward you, and that reward is called as dispatch. Got my point? And the thumb rule is dispatch rate is 50% of the demurrage rate. Demurrage rate अगर $10,000 होगा तो dispatch rate $5,000 होगा. Always remember, the term dispatch exists only in dry cargo. In tankers, there is no concept called as dispatch. In tankers, there is only demurrage. Okay?
Why?
I'll tell you why. If you see, traditionally, most of the charter party forms that has been generated, like in dry cargo, GenCon is a very famous voyage charter party. But if you look at tankers, most of the charter party forms is Shell Voyage Charter Party, British Petroleum Voyage Charter Party, Mobil Voyage Charter Party, Vela Voyage Charter Party. Most of the charter party forms are of the oil companies. When these charter party forms were getting established, when they were being made, you used to understand that the oil companies were only the ship owners also. Shell were the owners, Shell were the charterers also. And when they laid down the basic charter party, they never ever thought of a concept called as dispatch, wherein the charterer will be rewarded for less lay time taken. Okay? This is one thought. Second thought is, if you look at the operation of a tanker and a dry cargo, both are very different. Now let's look at a dry cargo ship. The dry cargo ship goes to a particular port. Let's say she berths. After berthing, the hatches are opened. Cargo is moved through cranes and grabs from the wharf to the hatches. Stevedores are involved, which may be appointed by the charterer. Wharf has to be continuously operated very effectively. Lorries will have to come, discharge the cargo, load the cargo. The lorry has to again go back. Another lorry has to come. The turnaround of the ship will to a great extent depend upon how effective the shore is, how effective the shore operates the vessel. So the involvement of the charterer in a cargo activity for a dry cargo is much higher than that of a tanker. As far as tanker is concerned, the ship goes alongside, chicksons are connected. If it's a loading operation, shore pumps are working, then the ship loads the cargo. When it goes to discharge port, chicksons are connected, ship pumps are working, cargo is discharged. The role of a charterer in the cargo operation, ensuring the turnaround of the ship from the port, is very, very limited. So that is the reason the concept of reward exists in case of a dry cargo and the concept of reward doesn't exist in case of a tanker. This is the second thought. Okay? Very clear?
Then why it is not thought about damage?
In the sense?
When the damage is there,
Yeah.
why same thing is not thought about the damage?
Demurrage means, oh, so that's very unusual. I'll tell you how. It's a tanker. You are saying dispatch नहीं है तो demurrage भी नहीं होना चाहिए. Am I right?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll tell you that way. I'll tell you. We both are entering into a contract. Okay? Very simple loading. Loading is Rastanura, discharging is Bombay. Okay? Loading is Rastanura, discharging is Bombay. Lay time defined, let's say, is 72 hours. 72 hours for loading and discharging. Okay? 24 hours mein you have loaded the cargo. Okay, you have come to Bombay. Bombay mein the ship is having 7 days waiting. And why it is having 7 days waiting? For no fault of the ship owner, berth is occupied. It is charterer's responsibility to provide the berth to discharge the cargo. We have finalized a freight of $1 million. 1 day is used at the load port. At discharge port, 7 days waiting, 2-day discharge. So how much total time? 9 days. Load port 1 day, discharge port 9 days, total is 10 days. What is the lay time? 72 hours, that is 3 days. ये 7-day waiting के लिए who is responsible? Charterer.
No, the thing
So,
is seen as
ये 1 million के लिए मेरे जहाज को तुमने 7 दिन अटकाया and the entire cost will be on owner. No, he has to be compensated in the form of a demurrage.
now the scenario has changed. No? The ship owner is not the oil owner.
No, that's right. No, I'm talking of the history.
Not- yeah.
I'm talking the history.
But till date it is like that.
Till Till date, it is always like that. If you give a counter to the charterer of a tanker trade, as a charterer you are giving a counter, mala 50% dispatch paije, then you will get it from owner. Kutunala re. Dispatch paije tera tanker la.
Came from the history. What you said that the charterer,
Absolutely. See,
owner was
I have seen lot of forums wherein this was discussed. That why there is no dispatch, especially when so many oil companies in India are today doing chartering. HPCL is doing chartering, BPCL is doing chartering, Indian Oil is doing chartering, MRPL is doing chartering, Reliance is doing chartering, SR is doing chartering, all of them, all are saying that dry cargo maybe we are getting dispatch, tanker maybe we are not getting. So this debate is happening. So people are saying the charter party forms established by the charterers doesn't have dispatch, so there is no dispatch. But the actual fact is this: the role of a charterer for a loading and discharging operation for a wet cargo is very, very limited. So where is the question of rewarding him? Okay? You can still debate, but it doesn't exist.
I just wanted to know that.
Okay, very clear? Okay, now let's come to my negotiations. Where was I, Salman? Okay, Das is drafting an offer, a complicated man. Okay, he's going to draft an offer. The draft says, load port, 1 safe port, safe berth Bonny, discharge port, 1 safe port, safe berth Qingdao, freight 5 million, demurrage $40,000 per day. Validity of the offer is 10 minutes. Many times in your paper, they ask a question, draft an offer for so and so case. Always remember, whenever you make an offer, the offer should have, what it should have? Validity. What it should have? Validity. Over here, the validity is how much? 10 minutes. So he has given the offer at 12:45. The offer is valid till 12:55. He gives me the offer. I look at the offer. I tell Salman, Salman, ये तो बहुत ज़्यादा है. Salman says, दास ऐसा ही है. वो बहुत ज़्यादा देता है, बाद में अपने आप नीचे आएगा. Don't worry. You give me a counter. What are you doing? Give me a counter. You come to the next stage of counter. I look at the offer, I look at the ship. Ship is opening in Durban on 10th. It's a very good ship. It's a Suezmax tanker, not a problem. Lay days is 14-15 as per my inquiry. That is not a problem. Freight, garbad udhar hai. How much is said freight? 5 million. I tell him, okay, give a counter back to Mr. Das, 3.8 million. That is my counter. Demurrage, Das is asking $40,000 per day pro rata. Give him $30,000 per day pro rata. My counter is valid for 5 minutes. Okay? After offer, the next step is the counter. Mr. Salman gives the counter to Mr. Das. Mr. Das immediately picks up the phone. What is the counter? Counter is, he has accepted all your other terms except these terms. Which are the terms? He has not agreed to your freight. He has not agreed to your demurrage. He has given you a freight counter at 3.8 million. He has given you a demurrage counter at $30,000. Das पहला सलमान को गाली देता है. ये होना ही है. What the hell? I have much more business where I can get 7 million, 8 million. दो वो झूठ बोल रहा है, but he's still telling that. What is happening? Salman sir, Dinesh ऐसा ही है. He will come down. You relax. He will come up. You don't mind. Okay, take my counter. 4.8 million is my counter. From 5 million, he has come to 4.8 million. And demurrage from 40,000 come to 38,000. Counter is valid for 5 minutes. I get the counter. I tell Salman, ये क्या आदमी है यार? He's not coming up. Do one thing. You look for other owners. He says that don't look for other owners. Mr. Das will finalize the deal. Don't worry. You give me a counter. I give a counter, $4 million, $35,000 on demurrage. My counter 2 goes to Mr. Das. Mr. Das gets the counter again. He says, okay, he has come to 4 million. Take my counter, 4.2 million, 37,500 on demurrage. Again, Salman gives the counter to me. This all is happening in 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes. You are understanding it? It's very fast process. I tell Salman, अगर तू इस तरह का काउंटर लेके आएगा, I will give my inquiry to another broker, that is Sunita. Salman is now under pressure. Salman says, do one thing, sir. You just repeat your last counter, but give it firm to me for 5 minutes. I repeat my last counter, $4 million and 35,000 on demurrage. Salman gives it to Mr. Das. He explains Mr. Das that this is a very good cargo. If you don't pick up this cargo, he will go to another broker. Lot of owners are trying to grab this particular cargo. Mr. Das is totally convinced that this is a right cargo at the right price. He accepts my counter. So when he accepts my counter, the freight finalized between Dinesh and Mr. Das for loading 1,30,000 tons of crude oil in the Lake Can 1415 December 2015 from Bonny to Qingdao is finalized at a freight rate of $4 million and demurrage 35,000. The ship goes on subjects. Part 4. Subjects. Yes, please.
You said at that time 5 minutes is the validity. If it exceeds, what happens?
If it exceeds, there is an option for the other party to withdraw from the negotiations. But if he is willing to negotiate, even if the time expires, he will continue negotiating. Am I correct? Salman can go to loo for that 5 minutes. 5 minutes will go away. That doesn't mean the negotiation stops. It is, why you say it is firm? Why you give the time? I'll tell you why. When I'm telling him $4,035,000 means if he accepts my counter in that 5 minutes, automatically I go on subjects. If he accepts the counter in the 6th minute, I am not obligated to go on subjects. Are you understanding? If he accepts the counter within that time frame of 5 minutes, then only I go on subjects. Offer or counter once accepted transforms into a contract. But if he accepts it on the 7th minute, 8th minute, samjho, he goes for a glass of beer and after half an hour comes back. After 2 down, he says that okay, I accept $4 million. And he comes and tells me, sir, accept kar raha hai. I can very well say that, sorry, I am no longer firm at 4 million. Abhi mere ko 3.8 million chahiye. I can do that. It's not unethical. Okay? Because I have gone back after the period is over. Or I can say that, sorry Salman, Sunita ne ship finalize kar diya. You cannot tell Salman, aisa kaisa finalize kar diya. No, because validity ke andar you had to react. Got my point? So that is the reason all offers and all counters will have a validity time. If in your examination paper they ask you to drop an offer, you students write everything. Okay, some of you are very good, you write all terms and conditions also. Shell time 4 ka ye terms and conditions hai. But you miss that one single point, validity. Believe me, you have done 50% wrong. Every offer and counter has to have a validity. No offer and counter can be perpetually valid, permanently valid. So now the ship goes into subjects. When the ship goes into subjects, yes please.
I'm sorry, sir. When we draft an offer in the examination, do we also write the counters?
No. That depends on what question is asked. Whether the question is about drafting an offer, whether the question is about drafting a counter, or whether the question is about drawing a subjects recap or a clean recap. What is written that on that you are allowed to write?
Just an offer will just take a
Just the major part, the offer element.
5 minutes is the validity of standard validity or?
No. Sometimes it is 10. In dry cargo, generally the validity is for longer period, 15 minutes.
The tracker decides the validity.
The person who is giving the counter. Okay, tanker may it's always 5 minutes. It's never I have seen longer time, because sometimes this entire process of negotiation from inquiry till finalization of a contract in a tanker may be over in 10 minutes. It's quite possible. Dry cargo is a little long drawn. It may take half a day or it may take few hours, 4 or 5 hours. Okay. In fact, most of the chartering departments, they have a dealing room. wherein the chartering officer sits in the dealing room and he negotiates. There will be no disturbance. So that he gets the right counter, he thinks quite well, he is not disturbed. Okay? Generally, because it's a very important deal. You are finalizing a deal of $4 million and 35,000, okay, in a matter of 5 or 10 minutes. That clearly shows it's not a simple thing. Perhaps the market could be 4.5 million that time, or perhaps the market could be 3.5 million that time. That's why you need to know the pulse of the market. When are you booking the cargo? When are you booking the ship? Okay?
So easy question that what is the main difference between dry cargo and tankers?
Main difference between dry cargo and tankers. क्या बोलो अभी? He's asking what is the main difference between a dry cargo and tanker. Okay. What is the difference between a cement lorry, okay, and a tanker lorry? Cement lorry and tanker lorry के बीच में क्या difference है? You don't know. Cement lorry, what will it carry? Cement. Tanker lorry, what will it carry? Oil or water. So one is dry cargo, another is wet cargo. Okay. So dry cargo ships are called as bulk carriers. Wet cargo ships are called tankers. Dry cargoes, the cargoes carried generally are iron ore, coal, grains, steel, fertilizers. These are the different grades, which is generally in dry condition. Cranes and grabs are used for evacuation of cargo and loading of cargo. Tanker ships generally carry wet cargoes. And there are two types of wet cargoes. One is called DPP, that is dirty petroleum products. Another is called CPP, that is clean petroleum products. Under dirty petroleum product, the main product is crude oil. Then comes fuel oil. Then there are some other cargoes like carbon black feedstock, low sulfur wax residue. This all comes under the DPP family. CPP family, clean petroleum products. These are generally the distillates of crude oil. Cargoes derived from crude oil. You refine the crude oil, then you get it. Kerosene, petrol, diesel oil, high speed diesel, naphtha, jet oil. These are all coming a part of CPP. This all is carried in tankers. Very clear? क्या होगा suddenly? We went tangent. Okay. Sorry? Okay. So finally the ship has gone on subjects. The ship Beautiful Mary, owned by Mr. Das, has gone on subjects loading from Bonny, discharging in Qingdao for a freight 4 million and demurrage 35,000. Now the ship has gone on subjects means subject to certain conditions the vessel will be finalized. Subject to the vessel being accepted at the load port, Bonny terminal. Subject to the vessel getting accepted at the discharge port, Qingdao. Subject to the suppliers confirming the cargo stem. On 14-15 so much cargo will be available, the supplier has to confirm to me. Subject to charter's management approval. My management should give me an approval to pay 4 million and 35,000 on demurrage. So subject to these conditions, only the contract will be finalized. So the vessel is put on subjects. That is, subject to meeting these conditions, the vessel will be clean fixed. Vessel will be finalized completely. Now the subject's time has to be defined. Am I correct? I cannot say vessel is with me subject to my management approving and I can just keep the ship with me. No. The time will have to be defined. So Mr. Das says 48 hours time I am giving it to you. That is 2 days I am giving it to you. Today what is the day? Today is 29th November, 28th November. Okay, 30th November 1 o'clock tak you have time to get your subjects. 30th November tak you check with the load port whether my ship Beautiful Mary is acceptable at their port. 30th November के पहले you check up at the discharge port in Qingdao whether my ship is acceptable to them. 30th November के पहले you check up with your supplier whether the cargo 1,30,000 will be ready on 14/15. 30th November के पहले you check up with your management whether this freight and demurrage is in order. So in that 2 days, I will nominate the ship to the load port, I will nominate the ship to the discharge port, I will check with my management. Now there are some nomination documents he will have to give me. He will have to give me the questionnaire of the ship, he will have to give me the mooring plan of the ship, he will have to give me some statutory certificates of the ship. All these documents I will send it to load port, all these documents I will send it to discharge port. Let us say 30th November before 1 o'clock, load port has accepted Beautiful Mary. 30th November before 1 o'clock, discharge port has accepted Beautiful Mary. My management tells me the freight 4 million and 35,000 demurrage is okay. The supplier has confirmed that indeed 1,30,000 tons of no heat crude will be kept ready on 14/15. Then before 1 o'clock, I will lift the subjects. Once I lift the subjects, the vessel stands clean fixed. Vessel Beautiful Mary gets clean fixed for a voyage from Bonny to Qingdao at a freight rate of 4,35,000 on demurrage. The lay day will be 14/15 December 2015. Neither Mr. Das can now go back, neither Mr. Dinesh can go back. If suppose on 1st December, I tell Mr. Das, "Arey Mr. Das, I'm sorry, I don't want the ship." You know what is the implication?
You have to pay the
I have to pay the entire freight 4 million without even performing the voyage. Got the implication? So that is the reason a subject time is given before you actually finalize the contract. Now one very important thing you need to know. When the ship was put on subjects on 28th November at 1 o'clock, the vessel gets locked with the charterer for that 48 hours. In that 48 hours, Mr. Das cannot negotiate the ship elsewhere. The ship is locked with me because it is on subjects with me. But suppose by 1 o'clock I don't confirm to him whether the subjects is in order or not. Okay, he has an option to walk back from the contract and he can start negotiating the ship elsewhere. When the ship is put on subjects, the broker, in this case Salman, he will be drawing up the subjects recap. What is subjects recap? Subjects recap is nothing but recapitulation of terms that has been negotiated between the charterer and the ship owner. Now what did we negotiate and finalize? We negotiated Beautiful Mary, we negotiated the lay days as 14/15, we negotiated the freight as 4 million, we negotiated the demurrage as 35,000. Now that will be recapitulated. In these 2 days, we will negotiate the charter party terms. Now let's say we have decided that Esba Tank Voyage Charter Party will be the base charter party. Esba Tank Voyage Charter Party is a base charter party and the terms and conditions we negotiate. Now once the subjects is lifted, Mr. Salman will draw a clean recap. Clean recap will not only recapitulate the main terms negotiated between Mr. Das and Dinesh, it will also recapitulate the charter party terms and conditions that is negotiated between Dinesh and Das. Got it very clearly? A recap is kind of a contract in itself, but which is actually drawn by a broker. It is a proof of what is the terms and conditions agreed between a charterer and a ship owner. Very, very clear? All of you understood all the parts? Inquiry, offer, counter, subjects, subs recap, negotiating the CP terms, subjects are lifted, clean recap is drawn, and after clean recap, sometime you draw the charter party, the actual contract which is signed both by the charterer and the ship owner. All of you understood? I had to run through due to lack of time. Any doubts? All of you understood the term very clearly? Sure? Let me ask again. Inquiry, all of you understood? Yes. Offer, yes. Counters, yes. Subjects, Very important. What do you mean by subjects? Sometimes there could be subject to some other condition also, like a lot of Indian government companies says subject to Director General of Shipping's approval. Subjects, so those subjects will be defined. What is it subjects to? But always subjects के लिए time दिया जाता है. In a very tight market, where owners are dominating the market, you generally reduce the subjects time. You only give the charter. I have done fixtures wherein I have given charter only 6 hours for subjects. 6 घंटे में सब अप्रूवल लेके आ, नहीं तो I am out. I am looking for other business. Because why? It's your market. In a very bad market, sometimes charters have 4 days subjects. Why? Because there is no other business available. You are giving lot of time for him to get the subjects. So many a time the subject time is also reflected depending upon the market conditions. Okay? All of you understood chartering negotiations? Any doubt? Okay, fine. Yes, please.
Clean recap is drawn. I want to understand.
Clean recap basically means after the vessel's subjects are lifted, you recapitulate all terms and conditions agreed between the ship owner and the charterer. That is called as clean recap. Okay?
Sir, on offer, 4 million, 4 millions are decided. So after subject, if higher management saying no, then 3.5 million.
Yes, then the ship gets released on subjects.
Or they can again go.
Generally, you don't renegotiate. If it's a owner with some ethic, no, he will not agree. Okay, but in a bad market, everything is agreed. Okay, but suppose what he's telling is that my management tells me, sorry, the 4 million is too high rate, you look for 3.5 million. That means I have not got charter's management approval. Am I right? If I don't get charter's management approval, I will have to release the ship on subjects. Look for ships that is available for 3.5 million. You think I will get? No, I'll tell you why. Once a rate gets established, generally an owner wouldn't agree to do low unless the market is in a real decline. Got my point? If suppose the market is constant, Mr. Das ship is released at 4 million, the rate is established, mostly a ship of similar, similar stature wouldn't agree for that rate. I may be exposed to pay more than 4 million. Okay, so that is the reason before you finalize, you should be very sure that you are capable of paying that price. Another disadvantage I will tell you. Mr. Das will flash in the market that Dinesh has released the ship because of high freight rate. Okay, so he has already flashed in the market. In future, Dinesh is looking for a ship. The ship owner knows ये साला कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फाइनलाइज करता है और जहाज को फ्रेट के लिए रिलीज करता है. तो व्हाट ही विल टेल मी, आई विल नॉट एग्री फॉर subjects for management approval. Are you getting my point? Because you tend to lock my ship for 48 hours and then release the ship. So he says that I don't agree for subjects for management approval. Am I right? I will only give you load port, discharge port, stem subjects. That's all. Management approval you have to get me when you put the ship on subjects. So the owner, the charter's bargaining power further gets reduced because he has a taboo of releasing the ship on rate. So generally most of the established players generally will not release the ship on rate. But of course, if suppose 4 million I have finalized today on 28th, tomorrow market goes to 3.5 million or 3 million, then it doesn't make sense to finalize the contract. Okay, nobody is here for charity and goodwill. Everybody is here for money. Okay,
So again, you can,
I can release the ship. Salman will look for another ship.
Or he can go back. If
Sorry?
he is in that much need. Or they can again negotiate.
he can give the offer, right?
Again he can offer and he can negotiate, or he can agree for a different rate in which a new recap will be drawn at 3 million. देखो क्या क्या करवा रहे तुमसे बदमाश बच्चे लोग.
नाम भी इतना
तो पैसेंजर फील्ड में होगा.
Yes, please.
And when lake and is safe,
No, I'll discuss that. Don't worry. Okay. Let's quickly run through chartering terms. Okay. The first chartering term is ballast bonus. It was asked in 2011-2013. What do you mean by ballast bonus? Tell me, Aduksh.
Ship owner gets paid by charter to present the ship according to the charter's necessity.
Requirement. Bonus paid to the ship owner for positioning the ship in ballast condition. Okay. Now let's say Sunita is the charterer, I am the ship owner. Okay. Sunita says the ship has to be delivered to me at Dubai. It's on time charter. My ship is sitting in, let's say, Japan. My ship is in Japan. She wants a delivery in Dubai. She tells me, Dinesh, 1 year contract, you deliver the ship to me in Dubai. I tell her, Sunita, मेरे को इतना ballast है, मेरे को जापान से all the way ballast करके दुबई आना पड़ेगा. Then I have to deliver the ship. तुम एक काम करो, delivery of the ship कोलंबो में ले लो, ताकि वो बीच में है ना. Colombo is in between Japan and Dubai, equidistant almost. So you take the delivery in Colombo. She says that no, I can't take the delivery in Colombo. My first loading is in Dubai. My management has given approval only to load cargo from Dubai. So I have to take the delivery of the ship on arrival Dubai. Now there is a problem. But she tells me, you are all the way ballasting the ship up to Dubai. So you are incurring bunker cost. I will do one thing, I will compensate you for the bunker cost in the form of ballast bonus. So let's say the charter hire finalizes $20,000. This $20,000 is payable after the ship is delivered in Dubai. But she gives me $500,000 lump sum money as ballast bonus to compensate me for the ballast cost. Got my point very clearly? It's a very, very famous term in dry cargo. It depends, Re Baba. 500,000 may compensate me fully for my bunker cost or partly for my bunker cost. Depending on market condition, this bonus is also finalized. It's basically you have to position the ship to load port. The cost incurred by me will be 750,000, 1 million, or maybe just 250,000. That doesn't make a difference. But my ballast bonus that I get is 500,000. A lump sum amount paid to ship owner, usually a reward for positioning his vessel at a certain place as a prerequisite for her delivery to time charter. So 500,000 bonus has to be paid. That is the prerequisite condition for positioning the ship to the delivery port, that is Dubai. Got it very clearly? All of you understood?
Yes.
Good. The next term, Beaufort scale. What do you mean by Beaufort scale? Measurement of wind. Very good. It was asked in March 2012, November 2013. Beaufort scale, the wind force. The wind force is generally measured from 0 to 12. Okay, that is what this Beaufort scale measures. It means scale of wind force which ranges from 0 to 12. The Beaufort scale represents wind conditions expressed in numerals, where 0 means calm wind about 1 knot speed and 12 means hurricane, that is 64 to 71 knot speed of the wind. Okay, you always know when you give a ship on time charter, you always define what is the speed the ship has to maintain. Am I correct? You are giving a ship on time charter. You have to mention the ship has to maintain so and so speed. I have given the ship to her on time charter. Okay, I am the ship owner, she is the charterer. I have said that during the currency of the time charter, the ship will do 13 knot speed. Now suppose there is a cyclonic weather. Can the ship do 13 knots? She can't do. Am I correct? So always the description of a speed of a ship is always dependent upon the wind force. Most of the charter party says Beaufort 4. Beaufort 4 means at wind force 4 I can do 13 knot speed. So if the Beaufort becomes 7, I cannot maintain 13. My speed will automatically come down. If the wind is from the behind, that is from the aft of the ship, the speed may go up. Got my point? It is also possible. That can also happen. Sometimes SCA ships does 16 knots suddenly. तो हम लोग को मालूम पड़ता है ये तो wind force है, पीछे से धक्का मार रहा है. Got my point? That happens. It happens. Okay. Lay days, lay can. What is lay days? Quickly. The contractual date, not the time. That is lay time. Contractual date on which the ship has to be positioned at the load port for loading. Olden days there used to be a lay day for discharge port also. Nowadays that concept is kind of gone. You have lay days for load port only. Okay. So suppose, once you read it you will understand. Lay days, earliest time when the vessel is expected to be ready for loading and or discharging. Laycan stands for lay days commencing, lay days cancelling, and is generally a spread of dates which provides for the earliest date for the ship to arrive to commence cargo operation, and also gives the last date for the charterer to cancel the charter if the vessel does not arrive by that date. If laycan is, let's say, 10-15 August to load at DBCT in Australia, lay day start on 10th August and cancellation date is 15th August. Very simple. Suppose we have finalized a contract. The contract is finalized between Dinesh and Mr. Das to load from Bonny. The lay day defined is 14th to 15th December. So the lay day commencement is 14th December, lay day completion is 15th December. But Mr. Das' beautiful Mary reaches on 16th December. So kareche. 16th December the ship reaches. That means she has missed the cancelling. What was my cancelling? 15th December. When was my lay day starting? 14th December. She has missed the lay day. I have an option to cancel the contract without any liability. Got my point? That is the significance of it. Cancelling. The ship has missed the cancelling date. I can cancel the contract without any liability on me. Okay, so lay days when you take, you have to be very sure that the ship can make it for the lay day. If you miss the lay day, charterer has an option to cancel the contract.
So do we need to pay something to charter?
Because you miss the laycan. No, generally ऐसा नहीं होता है.
Because your cargo is waiting on the port.
No, I tell you why. Shipping, generally if you miss lay days, there is no system of compensation to the charterer. Because by and large the principle is very simple. Shipping is into maritime adventure. It's an adventurous journey, am I right? So there may be situations which will be beyond owner's control, by which the ship may get delayed. So there is no system of compensation to be paid to the charterer. Generally no.
Generally we cancel the ship or we...
Generally you maintain the ship. Okay, generally, unless the market changes, cancelling helps me to get a cheaper ship. वरना मैंने subjects lift करने के बाद मैं तो बंधा हूँ 4 million पे, ये 16 तारीख को पहुंच रहा है और मेरे को एक जहाज 3 million के लिए मिल रहा है, तो मैं इसको रिलीज करके उसको 3 million में ले लूंगा. Got my point? Ship coming late is a blessing in disguise. Okay, sometimes what happens is you have to look for a replacement at a higher cost. Yes. Say 13-14, the ship is missing the laycan. He has notified me ship is missing the laycan. I immediately take another ship maybe at 6 million because now I am entering the market late. I am taking a prompter ship for a prompter cargo. So I may end up paying higher freight. So I may end up a ship paying 5 million and still release a ship at 4 million because I want to ensure that the loading happens before 15th. So charterer, if a ship misses laycan, it is a threat for the ship owner, it's a threat for the charterer also. Got my point? So always charterer will look for the ship's itinerary before he finalizes the contract. He will see that the ship can easily make it for the lay days, then only he will finalize the contract with them. Very clear? Yeah. Let's rush through. I will leave at 1:30. I am more hungry than you. Okay, because I am talking. Okay, and I had very little breakfast. Now let's look at it. Lay time. Somebody was asking me. Lay time, let's quickly look. The period agreed between the parties, that is a ship owner and charterer, to carry out the loading and discharging operation. Okay. What is the time defined to complete the loading and discharging operation is called as lay time. Okay. You have fixed lay time in the contract. Like you define 10 days for loading and discharging. It's a case of fixed lay time. 4-day loading, 4-day discharging. It's a case of fixed lay time. 72 hours shink, Sunday holidays inclusive, 72 hours. In tankers it is always load port and discharge port, combined it is defined. It is fixed in nature. You need not have to calculate the lay time. Sometimes there is calculable lay time. Calculable lay time means you have to calculate the lay time. How will you calculate the lay time? 10,000 is the load rate. Loading rate is 10,000. How much cargo are you loaded? You have to load 60,000 cargo. So what is the lay time? 60,000 divided by 10,000, 6 days at load port, because load rate is 10,000. 60,000 cargo is to be loaded, 15,000 is the loading rate.
4 days.
So that means 60,000 divided by 15, 4 days is the lay time. Got my point? Discharge port may be similar way. 50,000 cargo is to be discharged, 10,000 is the discharge rate. 50,000 divided by 10,000, 5 days is the discharge lay time. Over here the lay time is not fixed, it's not clearly defined. You need to calculate it. That's why it is called as calculable lay time. Indefinite lay time, favorite NMIS question again. CQD, customary quick dispatch. What do you mean by CQD? Customary quick dispatch. Over here there is no lay time defined. It is presumed that charters will try to complete the loading operation as fast as can. He will try to complete the loading and discharging operation as fast as he can. No lay time is defined. When no lay time is defined, no lay time calculations, no demurrage. Yes, but indefinite lay time is very popular for coastal cargoes. Generally people think that when there is CQD term, that is customary quick dispatch terms, or indefinite lay time, the ship you can keep at the load port or discharge port as long as you want. It doesn't mean that. Mercantile law is very clear. If you unduly delay the ship, owner is entitled to claim damages for the detention of the ship. Okay? That damages will not be called demurrage, it will be called damages for detention. Okay? So still the owners have a scope to claim damages, but you know, to determine the damages is very, very complicated. Demurrage is very, very easy. Lay time taken minus lay time allowed tells you what is the demurrage. But detention of damages becomes a very complicated case. So nowadays indefinite lay time is not very, very popular. Most of the contracts try to avoid indefinite lay time because it leads to unnecessary disputes. Very clear? All of you understood? Lay time? Let's look at the next term.
So lay time is fixed by the ship owner.
No, it is contractually negotiated. It is negotiated between the charter and the ship owner, depending upon the trade, depending upon the load port, depending upon the discharge port.
The type of lay time is also by negotiation.
Through negotiations. Okay. Now let's look liner and FIO terms. This was asked in 2000, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2010, 2011, 2013, 2015. Okay. Liner and FIO terms. What do you mean by this?
Then liner owner will bear all the cost, load discharge, but in FIO charter will bear.
Very good. Absolutely correct. Liner terms, loading, discharging, stowing and trimming costs are borne by the ship owner. FIO terms, that is free in and out terms, loading, discharging, trimming and stowing costs are borne by the charterer. That is a key thing, key difference. You can see over here. Liner terms is a voyage charter term. Number one, both are voyage charter terms. Okay, don't get confused. It's a voyage charter term in which the ship owner pays for tally, loading, stowing, trimming and discharging costs. Liner terms are similar to gross terms. If you look at chartering terms, gross terms is what is asked to you the most number of times. Liner terms means gross terms. All costs are borne by the charterer or rather ship owner, I'm sorry. Under FIO, that is free in and out, FIOS, free in out stowed, FIOT, free in out trimmed, FIOST, free, in-out, stowed and trimmed terms, cost of tally, loading, stowing, trimming and discharging are on charterer's account. Got it very clearly? So I finalize a voyage contract on the basis of FIO means I will be definitely paying the port charges at load port and discharge port because it is voyage charter. But loading and discharging cost will be borne by the charterer. Charterer will appoint the stevedores. Got it very clearly? Okay. Let's look at the next term now. Am I going very fast? You people are with me, isn't it? Yeah. No question. Yes.
So, free in and out then is only a charter pays for loading and discharging?
Yeah.
Okay. And then free in and out stored is?
Everything. All. FIO, FIOT, FIOST, everything means the same. Stowing and trimming is just more clearly defined. It's not just loading and discharging, even stowing and trimming.
FIO means everything also?
Everything.
Stowing, trimming, everything?
Yes. All of you, generally you use the word FIO for loose cargoes. FIOST you generally use for cartons and where little bit of stowing and trimming is required. Okay? All of you are with me? Okay, next question. In geographical rotation, 4, 6, 7, 8, 14, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. Okay, literally every year it is asked. What do you mean by in geographical rotation? This will tell me how much you have studied. Chartering terms regular batch, I have completed, no?
So you didn't take this term.
Deliberately, you know.
You didn't take it in Powai, this term.
No. These are terms for February. In geographical rotation, tell me. No idea. You cannot take the ship? Sorry, in geographical rotation means?
He said
No.
you can only tell.
You can only tell us, that's what he said. In geographical rotation means vessel has to move in a particular geographical rotation only. I'll tell you. Sometimes what happens is, not sometimes, many a times, in a voyage charter, it is never a specific load port and a specific discharge port that is defined. It is a range of load port and a range of discharge port that is defined. Now let's say tanker trade again. Arabian Gulf to Singapore China region. The loading range is Arabian Gulf. Discharging region is Singapore China region. The entire from Singapore to China, anywhere the ship can discharge, which involves Singapore, Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Korea, Japan, China. Anywhere the ship can discharge. And the loading is anywhere in Arabian Gulf. Oman, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iran, Iraq, all these countries, anywhere you can load the cargo. Now what happens is, the ship may load at one port and it may end up discharging at two ports. Now, the ship has, let's say, loaded from Saudi Arabia. The discharge has to be in a geographical rotation. You are loaded in Saudi Arabia, you first discharge in Singapore, then discharge in Japan. There is a geographical rotation. The ship is moving from south to north, so in that rotation only you have to discharge the cargo. You cannot ask the ship to move south to north, back to south. Are you getting it? You will not ask the ship, load from Saudi Arabia, go all the way to Japan first and then come to Singapore. You are breaching the geographical rotation. If you breach the geographical rotation, what is the risk? Absolutely. Just think this way. You have loaded the cargo at Saudi Arabia. You are going from south to north. Okay? You have discharged in Singapore, you have discharged in Japan, your voyage gets over. But if he discharges in Japan and then come to Singapore, what are you doing? You are covering the distance twice. You are going from Saudi Arabia, discharge straight away going to Japan. You are passing via Singapore going to Japan. You are discharging at Japan, again coming back to Singapore. So this leg Japan to Singapore, you are steaming additionally, you are burning more bunkers, and under voyage charter bunker cost is on owners. So they always specify in geographical rotation. If there is cluster of discharge ports, range of discharge ports, you have to move in geographical rotation. You cannot breach the geographical rotation. Very important term, which many a times is missed by many people. This term is used when charterers are given an option to load and discharge the ship in one or more ports or range of ports. It is mainly to state that if charterers exercise the option of calling the vessel at more than one port, the vessel has to proceed in geographical rotation. How do you write? Without proceeding north to south and then again north. If you are moving from north to south, it has to discharge in north to south fashion only. If it is discharging south to north, it has to discharge in south to north fashion only. You cannot shuttle the ship on different ranges. Very clear? Okay, next term. Broken stowage. (2004, 2005, 2014, 2013). What do you mean by broken stowage? Yeah.
It's when it's wasted space, it's wasted empty space caused by, could be because of the dunnage, so the wrapping.
Okay, good. You are more close. Just look at it this way. Suppose this is the cargo compartment. Cargo is the chair. What is the cargo? Chair. You load the cargo compartments with chair. When you load the cargo in this cargo compartment with chair, due to the size, due to the shape of the chair, don't you think there will be gaps between two chairs? Am I correct? That gaps is called as broken stowage. Okay? The space wasted due to the packing, size and nature of cargo is called as broken stowage. The space wasted in a ship's hold when stowing general cargo which is uneven and packed. Due to package also sometimes there could be broken stowages. Very, very clear? Sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's look at the next term. Relet clause and rider clause. This was asked in 2001, 2, 6, 7, 2008, 2014, 2011, 12, 13, July 14. Literally every year it is asked. What do you mean by relet clause and rider clause? Yes, tell me. Is it getting bit difficult? I should ensure that I need to tell you that you should start studying. Problems is one element, theory also you have to start studying. What do you mean by relet clause and rider clause? Yeah, tell me. You whispered something in your mind. Huh?
Maybe relet clause is if the ship is chartered to a charterer, then maybe the charterer is entitled to sub-charter it.
Very good. Absolutely right. And what do you mean by rider clause? Okay, I'll tell you. Don't worry, relax. Relet clause is also called as sublet clause. What is it called as? Sublet clause. If they ask you sublet clause, don't get worried. I am a ship owner. Okay, he is a charterer. What's your name?
Jimit.
Yeah, Jimit. I remember. Jimit is the charterer. I have given my ship to Jimit on time charter, let's say for 2 years. Okay. Now Jimit further sublets the ship on time charter to Sunita. So now what's happened? I have given my ship to Jimit for 2 years. He further time charters the ship to Sunita. And that is called as relet clause, sublet clause. The unique thing is, he might have given the ship on time charter to Sunita, but he still remains entitled. He still remains obligated for all the terms agreed between me and Jimit as per the original charter party. I'll tell you how. Now suppose we both have finalized the contract on time charter 2 years. My contract very clearly says Israel is a trading excluded area. You are not supposed to take the ship to Israel. It very clearly says that. Jimit has given it on time charter to Sunita. But he has not excluded Israel as an excluding area. He has not done that. Can the ship go to Israel?
It shouldn't, but it can.
It shouldn't, but it can. इसका क्या मतलब है यार? It shouldn't or it should. It just can't. It's very simple. Why? Because the manning is still under my control. Captain will follow my orders. Suppose he has given the ship to Sunita. Sunita addresses that the ship has to go to Israel. My captain will definitely check with us and I will say that sorry, as per the contract finalized between Jimit and Dinesh, Israel is an excluded area. सुनीता और उसका कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का टर्म्स का मेरे को कोई लेना देना नहीं है, उसने सबलेट किया हुआ है. So sublet clause will always say that the charterer has an option to sublet the ship, but he remains obligated to the terms agreed with the owners. Got it very clearly? Understood? Sublet clause? Okay, let's look at it. Rider clause. Rider clauses are the clauses which substitute or which supplement the charter party terms. Suppose the contract finalized between me and Jimit is NYPE charter party. All of you write down. There are 4 charter parties you have to study from examination point of view. There is no compromise on that. Okay? If you look at your material, lot of charter parties are given. I am not telling read all, but as a student, as a fellow student, these 4 charter parties you are supposed to know. In dry cargo, you are supposed to know GenCon Voyage Charter Party. You are supposed to know NYPE Charter Party, New York Produce Exchange Charter Party. In tanker, you are supposed to know ESBA Tank Voyage Charter Party and Shell Time 4 Charter Party. ESBA Tank Voyage is for voyage charter, Shell Time 4 is for time charter. For dry cargo, GenCon is for voyage charter, NYPE is for time charter. ये 4 charter party का important terms क्या है, you should know. If they ask you some other charter party also, most of the terms are more or less the same. Okay? Shell Time 4 clearly shows you people have not started studying. GenCon and NYPE. This is for dry. For wet, you should know ESBA, Tank, Void. These are all charter party names, charter party forms. And Shell Time 4. These charter party forms should be very clearly known. At least this 4 you should study, I feel. Now let's say me and Jimit has finalized time charter for 2 years on the basis of Shell Time 4. Now Shell Time 4 will have certain terms and conditions. But some terms and conditions will be negotiated between us, which will overrule the standard charter party form. These terms and conditions which is finalized between the charterer and shipowner over and above the standard charter party form is called as rider clauses. What are they called as? Rider clauses. If there is a conflict between charter party form and rider clauses, always the rider clauses will prevail over the charter party form. Always remember that. What do you mean by this? I'll tell you. Suppose we both have finalized a contract as per Shell Time 4. Shell Time 4 says that one of the clauses which says is the ship should not breach international institute warranty limits. Institute warranty limits the area within which you are permitted to trade the vessel. Beyond that particular limit, you are not supposed to trade the vessel. Shell Time 4 very clearly defines that, like Arctic Sea and all, where there is sea formation. The rider clauses says during summer seasons, okay, the vessel is permitted to breach the institute warranty limits once. During summer seasons, once you will permit the charterer to breach the institute warranty limits. Now there is a contradiction. Am I correct? Charter party form says that you have to trade within institute warranty limits. Rider clause says that you can breach it once. Rider clauses will prevail over charter party form. Always remember that. There is a voyage charter party. Voyage charter party says if there is a bad weather, lay time not to count. Rider clauses says if there is a bad weather, 50% lay time to count. Rider clauses will prevail over charter party form. Okay? So relet clause could be a rider clause. Under a contract, a relet clause could be a rider clause. That's quite possible. There is no difference between the two, both are two different terms. But it was asked in your examination together. Relet clause generally applies to time charter parties. Under the shelter of this clause, the charterer can relet or sublet the vessel to a third party, that is another charterer. Jimit gave it to Sunita. He has given it to a third party. This clause reads, charterers may sublet the vessel but shall always remain responsible to owners for due fulfillment of this charter. Rider clauses are set of additional clauses which substitute or supplement the clauses in the original standard charter party form. Generally, if a rider clauses contradict a printed clause in the CP form, the rider clause will prevail. Okay. So if there is a contradiction between a charter party form clause and a rider clause, always the rider clause will supersede the charter party form clause. All of you understood? Relet clause, rider clause. Yes.
In relet clause, now suppose if it is subchartered, if he is subchartering, is he supposed to keep the owner in loop as far as chartering is concerned?
Chartering, see, he can inform that he is giving the ship on time charter. But I cannot control the terms and conditions he is finalizing with you. Why? Because he is acting as a disponent owner, you are acting as a charterer. And all negotiations are private and confidential. He need not share. He has to ensure that he don't agree to those terms what is not agreed by me. Because he is going to be in trouble. Now he is in trouble in our case. I am not sending my ship to Israel. As per charter party, you are within your right to send the ship to Israel. You are definitely going to claim damages from him. And he has to pay. He has no other option. Got my point? So that's quite possible. Yes. Shall we go ahead?
Sir, what is the difference in issuing Shell Time 4 in 1984 and 2003?
See, don't worry. This base charter party forms are there. That is always reviewed. Okay. So, like 84 was an old charter party. Then after that, the latest one, 90s, there was one charter party. It is always reviewed. Some terms keep on changing. Okay, the standard charter party, some basic terms keep changing. Generally the weather, insurance, these are the clauses where it keeps changing. Otherwise, the basic terms, the basic obligation of a charterer and a ship owner in all the charter party forms are more or less similar. P&I bunkering clause. इसका क्या मतलब है?
Ship is permitted to deviate the.
Very good. Ship is permitted to deviate and pick up cheaper bunkers. It is within the right of a ship to deviate en route, okay, and pick up cheaper bunkers. It is within his right. Okay, again a very common question. The ship is permitted to deviate without breaking the contract for lifting bunkers at port where it is cheaper. So let's say a ship is going from, it is going from, let's say, Oman and coming to Colombo. The ship can deviate and go to Fujairah, pick up cheaper bunkers and come to Colombo. It is permitted. A little bit of deviation en route is permitted because bunkers are cheap. Charterer are within the right to deviate. Okay. Owners are bunkering clearly shows that it's a case of voyage charter. So P&I bunkering clause will generally appear in voyage charters, not time charters. Debt freight. My God, you look at this. 13, 12, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Very favorite question again. Which one?
Mostly November.
Mostly it is in November, so you need not study. Okay. You are going to appear in March. Well noted. All that you do your calculations. What do you mean by dead freight? Freight when it is dead freight.
The freight which is not which is paid for not used space.
Very good. Freight that is paid by the charterer. Who pays the freight? Charterer pays the freight. You have not used the space, but still you are paying the freight, is called dead freight. I have given the ship to Salman. I am again a ship owner, always a ship owner. I give it to Salman. Okay. The Salman has 50,000. We have finalized that 50,000 is the quantity for which he will pay me the freight. $10 is the quantity, 50,000 is the quantity defined. $10 is the freight. He loads only 45,000. He loads only 45,000. But he has to pay me basis 50,000 because the contract is finalized for 50,000. So 50,000 into 10, $500,000 I collect as freight. But he has loaded how much? Only 45,000. So for that 5,000 he is paying more. 5,000 into 10, that much freight he is paying more. $50,000 he is paying me more. That is called dead freight. He is paying me the freight for the unused space in the ship, which is called as dead freight.
Can you recover?
Recover from whom? किससे recover करेगा?
Can he pass on to him?
To whom? नुकसान हुआ उसका चार्टरर का, किससे रिकवर करेगा वो?
Ship owner तो नहीं देगा.
शिप ओनर पैसा ले रहा है ना, फ्रेट. You are not understood. I'll tell you again. He is the charterer, I am the ship owner. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बोल रहा है 50,000 का मिनिमम फ्रेट वो देना चाहिए. मिनिमम फ्रेट 50,000 टन का है. उसने 45,000 टन ही लोड किया है, तो 5,000 उसने कम लोड किया है. बट इज पेइंग मी फ्रेट फॉर व्हाट? 50,000. सो दैट 5,000 अनयूज्ड स्पेस के लिए ऑल्सो ही इज पेइंग मी फ्रेट. दैट इज कॉल्ड एज डेड फ्रेट. From where will you recover? No question of recovering. The supplier was supposed to give him 50,000, but he gave him only 45,000. Then there is a scope perhaps to recover it from the supplier. That's possible because that's an exempt contract. That's not a shipping contract.
I was telling that one.
Acha. You're thinking too far. Your imagination level is too high. Okay. Stowage factor.
It's not at all similar to back freight. Is it?
Huh?
Is there such a thing as back freight?
No, my friend. No.
The Tisha Luna is an example. If suppose the
Back freight. BACKFREIGHT. I have no idea. I have not come across a term called back freight.
I don't think that's the term.
Okay.
The example is if the shipper is shipping to the consignee.
There is a back freight.
No, no. Is it in the question?
No, I didn't understand. 1 minute. All of you are confusing each other. He is asking, is there a term called back freight? Or you know what's a term called back freight?
I'm giving the example which illustrates back freight.
Which illustrates back freight. Tell me that. I'm curious to know.
So
What is back freight?
A is shipping to B.
A is shipping to B.
So, but then B then in the middle he decides that I don't want to deliver to B.
Okay.
So then he tells the ship
That is
come
back
back
freight, no?
to point.
1 minute. He is saying that it's very interesting state. Let's say the ship, I'll take the same example. Ship has loaded cargo from Dampier. She was supposed to go to Onsan. From Dampier it reached Singapore. सिंगापुर पहुंचने के बाद जहाज को वापस बुला दिया डैम्पियर की तरफ. अच्छा, फिर वो डैम्पियर में आके क्या किया, जो कार्गो लोड किया वो डिस्चार्ज कर दिया उधर ही. नहीं हुआ क्या? अरे यू शुड टेल मी व्हाट विल हैपन. Stop in transit. See,
Definition in one line: freight charge for the return of goods which have not been accepted at the port of.
oh shucks. It's a different state altogether. What happens is, there are situations wherein you can reject a cargo. Are you getting it? It many times happens with grain cargo. Okay, sometimes there are situations, suppose you are loaded grain, you are loaded rice. Okay, तुम घूम फिर के आराम से जहाँ बारिश था रास्ते में, तुम्हारा हैच में लीक था, पानी अंदर चला गया, the rice reaches a damaged condition. So when it reaches a damaged condition, you go to the discharge port, the receiver rejects to accept that particular cargo. Then what do you do? The owner is within his right to mitigate the losses. ऐसा नहीं है कि he will go back to the load port and discharge that rice. That's the most foolish thing. He will mitigate his losses. What? He will try to look for somebody who buys that rice, because it's a perishable commodity. You need to sell that as soon as possible. So such kind of sales may happen to mitigate the losses. Okay. Whether that is called as back freight, frankly I am too ignorant for that. I have no idea. I have not come across a term called back freight.
But it is been taught to us. There is a terminology for
back freight.
That is for stopping the cargo in transit and diverting to suppose another
destination.
Or
could be
coming back to the same destination.
Maybe for war situations and all,
that could be a term. It's an insurance term. Okay. ठीक है. Anyway, debt freight, all of you understood? Stowage factor. Okay, friends. After this, I think I will just touch upon stowage factor, and then we will discuss shipping economics. Or you want chartering to continue? Shipping economics only you want to discuss. Okay, fine. So after this, only one term, chartering, stowage factor, I will discuss. For contact class 2, I promise we will solve only problems and problems and problems. After the exam is over, they send me one set of question paper. I definitely go through that. And I was seeing this question often keeps coming. Like you can see March 2015. You are a chartering manager in a shipping company. Drop a firm offer for a handy-maxed geared bulk carrier for 1 year time charter period. Now this is what is the question. Just 2-line question. It's containing 15 marks. Okay. What are they expecting you to do? They are saying you are a chartering manager in a shipping company. Draw up a firm offer for a handy-max geared bulk carrier for 1 year time charter period. First of all, you are drafting an offer from an owner's point of view. In chartering parlance, whenever you draw an offer from a charter's perspective, it is not called offer, it is called bid. That is a real term for it. Now, how I will be attacking this question? The ship they have told you is handy-max vessel. So you have to start your offer in this way. You will have to, because the question doesn't give an inquiry. So they are not expecting you, they are expecting you to imagine, they are expecting you to write terms on your own. If there was a definite inquiry, the terms which you will be writing in an offer will be as per that inquiry. But over here there is no inquiry given. You are only been asked to imagine, assume and then drop an offer. So your offer will start this way. First point according to me. Below offer on a PNC basis, valid for 1 hour. First thing will be the validity of the offer. Then you will be writing 1. Vessel name, 2. Vessel description. Now handy-max vessel, the dead weight of the vessel you have to assume 50,000, 49,000. How many hatches, how many cranes, what is the IMO number of the vessel, what is the classification society of the vessel, what is the cubic grain capacity of the vessel, all that basic details you will have to write. Basic description in the offer, because a 15-mark question you have to be elaborate. Third point, delivery of the vessel. Where you will be delivering the vessel, passing Colombo, wherever it is. Redelivery of the vessel, where you will be redelivering the vessel, where the charter is supposed to redeliver the ship back. Fourth point, period of charter, that is very clearly given, 1 year. Now a smart person will not just write 1 year, he will write 12 months plus minus 15 days choption. Why? Because if you are delivering the ship, let's say on 1st December 2015, the redelivery date cannot be exactly 1st December 2016 or 30th November 2016. It will be plus minus something, because the charter has to complete its last voyage, which cannot be exactly on a given date. So there will be always plus minus option 15 days. Plus 15 days, that is 15th December, or minus 15 days, say 16th November. So plus minus 15 days option. Now this is where the examiner understands that you really know how an offer goes. Okay. Then comes the charter hire. Charter hire, you will be, let's say you should know what the market is today for an HandyMax. Okay. But that is, if you write $1 lakh also, you are not wrong technically. But you write a very reasonable market rate. For an HandyMax, in today's market, though, you cannot even write $5,000 to be honest. But let's say you write $10,000 PDPR, per day pro rata, the right abbreviation. Then you write CVE 1,500 per month. What is CVE? Cable, victualling, entertainment, 1,500 per month. Then you write the further parallels. What is the cargoes that is permitted? What is the cargoes that is not permitted? What is the trading area of the vessel? And if you know few NYPE terms, all that you can incorporate. The most important thing which they will be looking at is any offer on a time charter is incomplete if you miss the speed and the bunker consumption norms. You are giving a ship on time charter. So when you give the ship on time charter, he is going to operate the ship. He should know the speed and bunker consumption norms. So you will have to say at Beaufort scale 4, this much will be my speed, this much will be my corresponding consumption. When the ship is idling, what is my consumption? When the ship is loading, what is my consumption? When the ship is discharging, what is my consumption? When the ship is harbor steaming, what is my consumption? At what wind force and what sea state? Beaufort scale 4, Douglas sea state 3 is the standard term that will be used. Okay. So, and few terms, weather clause, how it will be dealt, H&M insurance, how it will be dealt, what is your H&M value of your asset, all this will form a part of your main terms. The examiner is expecting you to only write the main terms in your offer. That doesn't mean your offer will run into pages. If it runs into pages, you will never get a counter. It has to be crisp, but it has to cover the factual position. Got my point very clearly? So, उसके बाद तुम counter वाउंटर क्यों दे रहे हो? जरूरत ही नहीं है. What have they asked you? Draw up a offer for a HandyMax geared bulk carrier for 1 year time charter.
So it is only from our side we are giving the description. That this is our offer. That's it.
That's it. See, since it's a 15-mark question, you are expected to give a little more depth of it. You can make an offer for this much also. But that's not correct. They are expecting, they are basic, what are they trying to see? They are trying to say, do you understand what is an offer? Do you understand the main terms of an bulk carrier? Do you understand the main terms of a time charter party for a bulk carrier? So you have whatever terms you know, you need to enlist it in your offer. Okay? And सबसे last में, what is the standard charter party form? You have to write NYPE standard charter party form is the standard charter party form which you refer to. If you cover this 15 points, I am sure you are at least entitled for 13 marks out of 15. Got it very clearly? This is how I feel. This is how I look at it. I've got nothing to do with your examinations, but as a student, I feel this is the way your approach has to be. Yes. Any other doubts? Another doubts, what he asked me. Jimit. Okay. Jimit asked, sir, whether we should study all chartering terms or whether we should study only chartering terms given in the PPT. That was what your query was. I would say study all chartering terms at least given in your material. What is given in the PPT, study it thoroughly. One quick way is that you keep reading your chartering terms. On an average, you read 5 chartering terms every day. in a span of 10 or 12 days you would have finished all chartering terms. The critical ones you study it in greater depth. As simple as that. Okay. But technically speaking, all chartering terms at least given in your material you are supposed to read. Okay. Not only chartering term, chartering abbreviations also. Suppose chartering term is WIBON, WIBON. You are supposed to explain WIBON. उसके लिए पहला WIBON क्या मालूम पड़ना पड़ेगा. What is WIBON? Whether in berth or not. The lay time will continue whether the vessel is in berth or whether the vessel is not in berth. Okay, we will do that exercise. I am having few PPT. It was a question asked in March 2014 or 15. I think few minutes we'll do that. You will get a fair idea. Before that, what do you mean by stowage factor? I have to do shipping economics. Yes, what is stowage factor? Tell me. Very good. Space occupied in 1 cubic meter. For Narvan Point batch, I had covered it in great detail. Let me explain. What do you mean by stowage factor? The simple principle is, this is a term popularly used in dry cargo. Okay? You should always know as a chartering practitioner what is your cargo carrying capacity of a ship. That has to be known. That is, you need to know what is the DWCC of a ship. What is DWCC? Deadweight cargo capacity. One standard format for calculating deadweight cargo capacity is deadweight. Let's say the deadweight is 50,000 metric tons less bunkers. Let's say in bunkers there are mainly two grades of bunkers, which are that HFO fuel oil and let's say marine diesel oil. Fuel oil, let's say, is 2000 Mike Tango, that is metric tons. Marine diesel oil is 250 metric tons less fresh water. Let's say fresh water is about another 250 metric tons and less constants. There will be weight of the people, some stores, everything. So constants. So let's say another 250 metric tons. So now deadweight minus bunkers minus fresh water minus constants. You can very clearly see that how much it comes to? 47,250, is it? Okay. Fourth is 47,250 will be your deadweight cargo capacity. Very simple calculation. Am I correct? You do the loading as per your load lines. You have learnt it in first year. Plimsoll mark. Am I correct? Plimsoll mark. Summer draft, tropical draft, winter draft. Depending upon different draft, you load the cargo. This kind of calculation, wherein deadweight minus bunkers minus freshwater minus constants, giving you deadweight cargo capacity, is for those cargo which are putting weight based constraint. Weight based constraint. Now let me explain. This is the example which I generally use. Suppose you are having a container. You are having a small container. Okay, a transparent container you are having. Now in this transparent container, what are you doing? You are drawing a load line, which is the Plimsoll mark. You are just assuming, you are doing an experiment at home. You are taking a container, a transparent container, and you are drawing a Plimsoll mark. Okay. Now what you do is, you load the container completely with a very light cargo, let's say cotton. What are you doing? You are taking cotton, you are stuffing the container completely. पूरा का पूरा top brim तक तुम लोग ने भर दिया. It is so tight that even one small thread of cotton cannot be put inside it. Okay? You have crossed the load line, you have filled it up to the top of the container. Is there a scope to load more cotton into it? No, it will overflow. You take out the cotton, okay, and you weigh the cotton. When you weigh the cotton, let's say you are getting about 250 grams. So what is the loadability of this particular container? The loadability of this particular container is 250 grams of cotton. All of you agree?
Yes.
Right? Can you load more than 250 grams? Can you load 251 grams? No. Why you can't load 251 grams? Because it overflows. Okay? Now what are you doing? This container with full cotton, 250 grams, you put it in a bucket of water. When you put it in a bucket of water, you are seeing that the immersion of this particular container is only up to here. The immersion is only up to this point. Cotton. When you are putting cotton, the immersion of the container is only up to this particular level. But you can load up to this particular level because that is your Plimsoll mark. But can you really load? No, you can't. Why? Because there is a cubic constraint. There is a volume constraint in the container. The cargo is very light, but it is taking lot of cubic space in the container. Because it is taking lot of cubic space, you are not in a position to load more cotton into it. Now let's say you remove the cotton. You completely remove the cotton. And what you do? You take a small iron piece. A heavy iron piece, a small piece you are taking. And you put it into the container. When you put it to the container and put the container into a bucket of water, you are observing that the container's immersion is almost in line with the Plimsoll mark. It is almost in line with the Plimsoll mark. Now can you load more iron? No. If you load more iron, the container will sink. Am I correct? But is there enough cubic space available in the container? Yes. Iron piece is only taking such a small place. Am I correct? But there is enough space available. But can you load more? No. Why you can't load more? Because the weight of the cargo is very high. The weight of the cotton was less, so you had volume constraint. The weight of the iron is high, so you are having weight constraint. So when you determine the loadability of a ship, if it is a weight-based cargo where weight is going to put constraint, then this is the formula. Dead weight minus bunkers minus freshwater minus constants. But when it is a volume-based formula, you should always know the stowage factor of a cargo. What is stowage factor? Stowage factor is the cubic space for storing 1 ton of cargo. Now let's look at it. In shipping, the stowage factor is a numeral which indicates how many cubic meters or cubic feet of space 1 metric ton of cargo of a particular type of cargo occupies in the hold of a cargo ship. It is calculated as the ratio of the stowage space required under normal condition. It is expressed in numeral. So when you speak of, let's say, a cargo like iron ore, the stowage factor will be very low. It will be 0.4 or 0.5. But when you speak of a light cargo, let's say oats, or any grain, light grain, the stowage factor will be very high. The stowage factor is generally expressed in two methods. One is in cubic meters, another is in cubic feet. Which is more? Cubic feet will be looking more. Okay. Now how will you know whether it is cubic meters or cubic feet? Whenever stowage factor is expressed in a metric system means in a decimal system, the stowage factor is expressed in cubic meter. Whenever it is a whole number, it is generally expressed as cubic feet. Let me repeat. Whenever stowage factor is expressed in a metric system, it is cubic meter. Whenever it is expressed as a whole number, 2-digit number, then it is cubic feet. And you can note down the conversion formula is 35.32. To convert cubic meters into cubic feet, you have to multiply it by 35.32. That is the conversion formula. Cubic meters into cubic feet. Cubic feet is more, no? You have to multiply cubic meters into 35.32. If it is given in cubic feet and you have to convert into cubic meter, it is divided by 35.32. Very simple. The stowage factor varies from one type of commodity to another. Iron ore, the stowage factor is 0.4. 0.4 means it is expressed in which form, which method? Cubic meters. Very good. It's given over there, cubic meters per metric ton. The stowage factor of wood chips is very light. It is 2.4. It is again expressed in cubic meters. It's a metric system. Well, it simply means the space required, you can see that, meaning that the space needed by 1 ton of iron ore is only 1/6 of what is required to stow 1 ton of wood chips. How you get 1/6? Because 0.4 into 6 is 2.4. तो यानी 6 wood chip कितना जगह लेगा उतना 1 iron ore लेगा. Got my point? It's very simple. That's a simple logic. So 0.4 for storing 1 metric ton of iron ore, 2.4 cubic meters for storing wood chips, 1 ton of wood chips. So this is the story of stowage factor. Now how it is relevant for you? Many times when you are solving problems of voyage estimation, they may not give you what is the quantity loaded on the ship. In voyage estimation, you have to calculate freight. Am I correct? Now how will you get the freight? Quantity multiplied by freight rate will give you the total freight. Freight rate per metric ton will give you the total freight. They may not give you what is the quantity loaded. They will give you what is the cubic grain capacity of the ship. What is the cubic grain capacity of the ship and the stowage factor of the cargo. Cubic grain capacity of a ship divided by stowage factor of that particular cargo will give you the deadweight cargo capacity of the ship. Cubic grain capacity of the ship divided by stowage factor will give you the deadweight cargo capacity of the ship. Okay? The thumb rule is stowage factor less than 40 will generally put weight constraint. Stowage factor more than 40 will generally put volume constraint. Like oats, the stowage factor will be around 85. Iron ore, stowage factor will be something like in cubic feet will be something like 0.4 into 35.32, these levels. Now what you have to be careful is, sometimes the cubic grain capacity will be expressed in metric cube per metric ton and stowage factor may be given to you in cubic feet. So either of the one you need to convert into cubic meters and then do the division. Okay, in your material there is a problem given as stowage factor. There is a chapter called as stowage factor. Go through it, you will understand it thoroughly. Sometime you are given a full-fledged question on stowage factor calculation, a 15-mark question. Sometime it is not directly asked, they may put it as a part of your voyage estimation. If you don't know stowage factor and you try to solve voyage estimation, you cannot calculate the cargo. If you cannot calculate the cargo, you cannot calculate the freight. You cannot just go ahead doing voyage estimation. So it's quite an important topic. Okay, all of you had a brief idea. I know in one shot you will not understand it completely. All of you understand a brief idea what do you mean by stowage factor? Sure? Sure?
Yes,
okay, fine. Now before we get on to shipping economics, let's do some small interpretation. This was a question asked in March 2015. Okay, they told the candidates to interpret this particular statement in simple English. Not that they have written it in German. Huh? That is also written in English, but it has lot of abbreviations. This is how chartering fixtures get reported in the market. They are expecting you to look at a chartering fixture, interpret it and tell what does it mean. Now let's read it. Bloody Virgin, I swear. Anyway, very innovative ship name indeed. Okay, Bloody Virgin, 40,000, 5 PCT Molu, CPP, WAG S4, 13 March, WS 150 Mobile. What does this mean?
Mobile is a oil company dealing into clean product.
लिखा उसमें?
CPP.
हाँ. Good. Go ahead. Don't worry.
Somewhere in Singapore, I'm not sure. Supposed to go to Singapore.
The port.
This is a chartering fixtures. सलमान इसका क्या मतलब निकलता है? No idea. वो ऑप्शन में छोड़ देगा ये क्वेश्चन. नहीं छोड़ेगा. This is bonus. Such questions comes as bonus. You should not leave it only. Yes, ma'am. Any idea? Can't make out head and tail out of it. What is Bloody Virgin, by the way?
It is the ship's name.
It is a ship's name. Das says it is her. The ship. Bloody Virgin. Yes, you want to attempt? Yeah.
40,000
5%,
5%
more or less
owner's option. Clean products something. From West Arabian Gulf.
Very good. Lay days.
Will be 1st to 3rd March.
Very good.
And world scale 150.
What is World Scale 150?
World scale means it will be 50% more than the world's
The freight rate. Okay, no, very simple. What does this fixture mean? The ship is Bloody Virgin. So you should actually write MT Bloody Virgin because it's a tanker, motor tanker, Bloody Virgin. It is fixed to load 40,000 metric tons of cargo. It's not the dead weight of the ship. It is the cargo for which she is finalized, the minimum cargo. 5% more or less owner's option. The ship is going to load clean petroleum products. The loading area is West Asia Gulf. The discharge port is Singapore. The laycan is 13 March, which first as the lay day commencing, 3rd March as the lay day cancelling. The freight is 150. World scale 150 is the freight. And who is the charterer? The charterer is Mobile. Okay, the name written in the bracket shows that he is the person who has actually hired the ship. You can see this. How will you interpret in simple English? MT Bloody Virgin finalized to load clean petroleum products for quantity 40,000 tons plus or minus 5% more or less in owner's option. What happened? Sorry, what's shitty about it?
Very big answer.
Very big answer. Nice, sir. Okay. The loading to be done at West Asia Gulf for discharge at Singapore. The laycan for the fixture is 13 March and the freight is fixed at world scale 150. The charterer is Mobile. Are you getting it? In that two lines, why this question perhaps is given to you is if you know chartering abbreviations, you can always interpret it easily. This was perhaps to test your chartering abbreviation. They had given 5 questions and 15 marks, 3 marks for each question. Now you can look at this next. Sorry? This PPTs will come to you, you don't worry. You can relax. You can read it, go home and read the study material, okay? Ventura 105,000 TC coal RBay stroke JPN 28 stroke 31 Jan dollar 10.25 PMT FIO 8D Shex NKK. What do you mean by this?
Venture as a dry bulk
Time
category.
charter coal.
Any venture.
Okay.
From Richards Bay.
Richards Bay to Japan, load port, discharge port is defined. So can it be time charter?
This is voice channel.
It's a case of voyage charter. Very good. It's very simple, my friends. Just apply your mind. Okay. The name of the ship is Ventura. How much is planned to load? 1,05,000. So which category ship is this? वो तो है ही यार, अभी टैंकर थोड़ी है कुकिंग को लोड करेगा तो, ओके? It's a capesize ship. What will you call it? A baby cape you can call, as per olden times, okay? Modern times you are having Ultra Panamaxes, Kamsra Maxes and all that. People will say it's a Kamsra Max with new category of ships coming, okay? 105,000 coking coal, RBay stands for Richards Bay. Very clearly the load port is abbreviated as Richards Bay because you should know which are the areas where coal generally get loaded. Okay, Richards Bay for discharge in Japan. The Laycan is 28/31 January. The freight is $10.25 per metric ton. It is finalized on a free in and out basis. Free in and out basis means loading, discharging, trimming, stowing, all cost will be borne by the charterer. 8D stands for 8 days is the lay time. The vessel has to complete the loading and discharging within 8 days. Sundays, holidays are excluded from that. So 8 days don't include Sundays and holidays. The charterer is NKK. If you know NKK, it is Nippon Yusen Kaisha. Okay, if you know that name, or else you can just write NKK. Okay.
So what was checks?
Sundays, holidays excluded or exempted. Okay.
One more word you had told us last time, a bigger one.
Shink.
Shink. Sundays, holidays included. Lay time will include Sundays and holidays. That means if there is a loading and unloading operation happening on a Sunday and a holiday, still the lay time will count. Lay time will continue to run. Look at this. MV Ventura. See, motor vessel Ventura, because it's a bulk carrier. Bulk carrier fixed to load 105,000 tons of sea coal was written. It's coking coal. From load port Richards Bay for discharge at Japan. The lay day for loading is 28/31 January. The freight payable is 10.25 metric ton. Fixture finalized basis free in and out with total lay time 8 days. Sundays, holidays accepted. The charterer is NKK. Are you people getting the feel of it? Yes. Okay, very good. You can go home and further read and improvise on it. It's very simple. Little bit of application you can do it. Flow River B84 30898 DWT DLY S4 Mid Jan TCT via Ost Re Delhi S4 Japan range USD 4500 SK.
Delivery and non-delivery.
Delivery and re-delivery. Non-delivery, nahi, re-delivery. Non-delivery is a case of back freight. Correct. Tell me, what do you understand by this? First of all, very good. It's a case of TCT, that is time charter trip. Okay. Where is the delivery of the ship? It is Singapore. What is the voyage? What is the trip of the voyage? Delivery is Singapore, Load port is Australia. Redelivery is anywhere between Singapore and Japan. What is the per day charter hire? 4,500. What is the build of the ship? 1984. B84 means built 1984. Dead weight is 3898. It is an handy size bulk carrier and the charterer is SK. Okay, it's a Korean charterer. MV Flow River built 1984 of deadweight 30898 tons, fixed on trip time charter. Vessel deliveries at Singapore during mid-January. Fixture finalized at charter hire $4,500 per day. Vessel planned for a trip via Australia for redelivery in Singapore, Japan range. The charterer is SK. All of you understood? Sure?
Sir, how is this a bulk carrier 19 tons? Is it written somewhere?
No. In the cargo is also not mentioned.
Yes, you are right. You can dispute that. It can be a tanker also. So MV Flow River is an wild assumption. So to be smart, you can write MV stroke empty flow meter Flow River. But you know, Australia loading, handy size, discharging in Singapore, Japan cannot be an MR tanker. No clean product moves from Australia. Only condensate and crude oil moves. Okay, it's a next level thinking, but technically you are right. You cannot say it's a bulk carrier. It could be some other ship also. Okay. Maharishi.
SCI.
Maharishi, not SCI.
Don't have Maharishi.
We have one ship, Maharishi Parshuram. But most of the Maharishi series, no, it's actually owned by Varun Shipping. Okay. Maharishi series are with Varun. We have only one, Maharishi Parshuram. Okay. Maharishi, 311,000 CBM. CBM stands for cubic meters. Which category ship is this? Gas carrier. Beautiful. When you look at the description, you should understand. Gas carriers are generally expressed in cubic meters. Dead weight से ज़्यादा cubic volume पे ज़्यादा ध्यान दिया जाता है. 12 months TC, delivery stroke redelivery, passing coin, 410 February, 80D in Shink, USD 525,000 PCM Bergson. What does this mean? First of all, it is a gas carrier. Okay, so you can write empty, but technically you have to write LPGC, the name of the ship. LPG carrier, LNG carrier is expressed as LPGC or LNGC. But don't worry about that. Some people even write empty because gas carriers are tankers only. Maharishi, the cubic capacity of the ship is 311,000. She is put on time charter for what period? 12 months. Where is the delivery? Quoin. Quoin is in Gulf. Where is the redelivery? Again in Quoin. What is the lay days? 410 February. And when you will deliver the ship? 80D in Shink. Any time during day, night, Sunday, holidays included. 4-10 के बीच में कोई भी दिन हो या रात हो, Sunday ho या छुट्टी हो, you can still deliver the ship. That is the meaning of it. And what is the charter hire? Again, in gas carriers, charter hire many a times is not expressed on a per day basis, it is expressed on a per month basis. PCM stands for per calendar month. 525,000 is per calendar month. And who is the charterer? Bergson is the charterer, very big gas charterer. So you can see this LPGC Maharishi, a gas carrier having cubic meter capacity of 311,000 CBM, has been fixed for 12 months charter. The laycan is 410 February and delivery would take place passing Quoin anytime, day and night, Sunday holidays included. The redelivery also to take place passing Quoin. The charter hire rate has been fixed at 525,000 per calendar month. The charterer is Bergson. Okay? If you know abbreviations, you can easily tackle this kind of question. I think this was the last question they asked. Kimola Kim, 148,000 deadweight, HK PPT, PPT is not PowerPoint presentation, PPT trip via Goa, redelivery Conti, USD 10,000 DLY plus 50,000 BB, grant. What do you mean by this? Grant is charterer, oh समझ गया. Kimola Kim का है? Vessel's name है, देखा? Something we are learning for sure. Okay, 90, 148 deadweight. 90 is the year built. Very good. 148,000.
Last time it was written B, but if not written.
That's what your interpretation is. Look at a chartering fixture, you should know what does this mean. That's what they are expecting from you. Okay, I think so. Okay, 148,000 deadweight. HK prompt. What does that mean? The vessel was waiting prompt at Hong Kong. That is, she is already available at Hong Kong and she is looking for employment. Okay, and where is she fixed? The ship is being delivered at Hong Kong, not necessary. Trip via Goa, redelivery Conti. From Hong Kong, the ship will all the way come to Goa, that is Marmagao, and she will be redelivered at Conti. It's a case of time charter. Period is not mentioned, but charter hire is 10,000 and you are giving a ballast bonus of 50,000. Okay, 10,000 USD and 50,000 is the ballast bonus. MV Kimola Kim, built 1990, of deadweight 148,000, was prompt at Hong Kong. Prompt means vessel is open and promptly available for fixing. Okay, she is not undergoing any voyage. खड़ा है उधर, employment देख रहा है. Okay, vessel is fixed on time charter, trip time charter, for a trip which involves Goa. Vessel is tentatively delivered at Goa. It is assumed, they are not written. Because they are paying ballast bonus means the ship has to ballast from Hong Kong to some place. So you are assuming the delivery place is actually Goa and the ship has to ballast. But it's not explicitly mentioned, so you are using the word tentatively ballasting. The vessel is tentatively delivered at Goa as ballast bonus of 50,000 is paid by charterers for positioning the ship from Hong Kong to Goa. Vessel to be delivered at continent, the charter hire is 10,000 per day, the charterer is grant. Very, very clear? All of you understood? If you're chartering terms and chartering abbreviations are good, these kind of questions are always bonus questions according to me. Okay? Very clear? Shall we stop chartering and get on to shipping economics?
Sure.
Sure? Chalo. Let me drink some water.
Sir, one question, what is Q88?
Sorry?
Q88.
What is questionnaire 88?
Yes. In March 2015.
Okay. He's asked me a question, let me answer it. What is Q88? That is your question, correct? When I do tanker chartering, you will definitely know more about it. That's right. Q88, that is called as questionnaire 88. It is nothing but standardized tanker questionnaire. It is a standardized tanker questionnaire which gives description about a ship. It's a standardized questionnaire. All the description about the ship will be there. You will have the dimensions about the ship. You will have the principal dimensions of the ship. You will have the mooring arrangement of the ship. You will also have commercial details of the ship as to what was the last 3 cargoes, what were the last 3 voyages, what were the grounding, if there is any incident of grounding, if there is any incident of pollution, all that will be displayed in your Q88. It's a standardized questionnaire. So whenever you do tanker negotiations, always the charterer's office, the charterer's practitioner, chartering practitioner, he will go through the Q88 of the ship. When he looks at the Q88, he knows which year the ship is built, what is the dead weight of the ship, what is the length overall of the ship, what is the beam of the ship, what is the cubic capacity of the ship, whether the ship is having multiple load lines, whether the ship is called USA in the past, what are the oil major approvals of the ship, what were the last 3 cargoes of the ship, which were the ports where she has called in the past, all the history of the ship, all the principal dimensions of the ship will be very well known when you look at the Q88. The Q88 was formulated by Intertanko. They started issuing this standardized questionnaire in the year 1988. That's how the name Q88 came into existence. 3 versions of Q88 has come: Q88-1, Q88-2, Q88-3. The version 3 is very, very popular nowadays. Now there is a website called as www.q88.com. Lot of tanker companies are enrolling their ships with this website. It gives them an easy method to actually formulate different questionnaires. So what is it? It is nothing but a standardized questionnaire. So your ship, you are having a tanker ship, you will have a Q88. You are having a tanker ship, you will have a Q88. So it is so standardized, me as a charterer will very well know what are the details I need to look at. Got it very clear? Yes. You know, for dry cargo also they try to bring something like this, because the standardized questionnaire became very popular in tankers. Am I correct? Otherwise you give description in a very scattered form, life becomes difficult. When you have a standardized format, you exactly know what to look for and where to look for. Dry cargo, they started something called as Baltic 99. BIMCO came up with a standardized form called as Baltic 99. But unfortunately, it is not very popular the way Q88 has become popular. Okay? Have I answered your question? Yeah. Any other queries, my friends? Before we get on to shipping economics, I think I can cover only one topic on shipping economics. Shipping economics, if you look at your syllabus, I think it's a 50-mark paper. Am I correct? Most of the topics are extremely theoretical. If you go through your material, or if you have to go a little more detail, if you go through Martin Stopford's Maritime Economics, okay, all these topics are generally given over there. First topic is linkage between economy, trade and shipping. You know, this you have done it in your first year, wherein you have to emphasize how shipping market operates. Okay, what is its contribution to the economy, how the world economy affects the shipping markets. Okay, I have a lot of PPTs on that, but let's just confine to the last topic, that is time charter final accounts. Over here, you are supposed to know the different shipping markets, how trade, international trade has relevance to shipping. And I have told you time and again that shipping always has a derived demand. And what is it dependent upon? It is dependent upon the level of international trade. So the linkage between trade, economy, see, the health of the economy determines your level of international trade. Okay? I don't know whether I have it, but if you take the GDP, the world GDP, what do you mean by GDP? Gross domestic product. What do you mean by that?
The total number of goods and services exported within the financial year. No, produced by the country the financial year.
GDP means the value of goods and services made within the national boundary within one national accounting year. That is what is GDP. Like that, you aggregate the GDP of all the countries in the world, you get world GDP. Now world GDP and your BDI, BDI means Baltic Dry Index. If you draw up a graph, you can clearly see that both of them move parallelly. If GDP goes up, Baltic Dry Index also start going up. GDP starts coming down, Baltic Dye Index also starts coming down. Now why this is happening? Because economy, okay, determines the purchasing power of any country. And if your purchasing power improves, your trade will improve. Why? Your purchasing power improves, standard of living of the people goes up, they will buy more goods. When you buy more goods, you import more goods. It gives a boost to your exempt trade. And if your exempt trade goes up, automatically your seaborne trade will go up and shipping will have demand. So the dynamics of economy, trade and shipping is dealt over here. Sale and purchase of ships, S&P. Over here there is one form called as Norwegian Sale Form 1983, okay, which is a contract form for sale and purchase of ships. You are supposed to study that. Don't compromise on that, study that. Norwegian Sale Form 1983, what are the terms and conditions associated with sale and purchase of ship. Investment appraisals. Over here, you are supposed to know what are the factors you will consider before you decide to invest in buying of a ship. Okay? What are the formulas, what are the financial factors you will consider before you invest in buying of a ship? What type of ship is to be bought? What are the methodologies you will adopt in buying of ship? What are the factors which will influence your investment decisions is being dealt with. Strategic planning and cost control. Now this is a very critical topic, wherein how does a ship owning company decide on its strategies? Strategies means big time strategies, whether they will employ the ship commercially, or whether they will sell the ship, or whether they will scrap the ship, or whether they will lay up the ship. Okay, strategic decisions which the company takes is being dealt over here. Computers and their application in shipping. It's a very simple topic, theoretical topic. What are the different softwares you use? What is the role of computers in modern shipping is being dealt. And finally, there is one practical topic in shipping economics, that is time charter final accounts. Now that is what I am going to deal with, because that is the only practical topic in your syllabus where you need guidance. Okay, other topics maybe in the next contact class I will rush through. Okay, time charter final accounts. Now what are you supposed to know over here? In your chartering, I don't know, but I think for Nariman Point batch I have dealt with it. We have done problems on time charter calculations. Am I correct? Second year. No, in chartering I'm talking in chartering. Some time charter accounts problems I have done, Re Baba, I know. First year I have done, second year I have done. I have not done for Pavai, I think. Okay. Anyway, it's a good experience for you. Preparation of final accounts time charter. What do you mean by this? All of you know what is time charter. Am I right? What is time charter? The ship is deployed on period charter for a period of time with the charterer. Now during this, who bears the voyage related costs? Charterer bears the voyage related cost. Who bears the maintenance cost? Owners. Who bears the crewing cost? Owner. Who pays for the delivery bunkers? Who pays for the redelivery bunkers?
We have to settle the amount.
Mutually agreed between charterer and owner. Okay. Delivery bunkers, redelivery bunkers. Okay, now let me explain to you the standard example that I take. Suppose I have taken a car on time charter. Okay, I have taken a car on time charter, rent a car. I have taken an Innova car from Nariman Point. I've taken it on time charter. And now you remember.
On hire and off hire.
Wait. On hire and off hire. That's a different.
No, for bunker calculation.
The amount of bunkers which you have in your vehicle, then you give it back on the same amount.
Now you're coming to it. Now you remember. Antennas started running now slowly. Wait. Let me explain. What do you mean by delivery bunkers and redelivery bunkers? Suppose I have taken a ship on time charter, or rather a vehicle. मैं कहाँ ship लेगा? I can only take a vehicle on time charter, that is an Innova car. I have taken it for a span of 1 month, short period. Delivery Nariman Point, 1st December 2015. Redelivery, let's say Powai, 31st December 2015. Okay? So the charterer is, the owner is, let's say Mr. Das Automobile Company. Okay? So the owner is Mr. Das Automobile Company. Who is the charterer? Dinesh. Delivery is Nariman Point, ATDN Shink, anytime during day, night, Sunday, holidays included. Redelivery is Powai. Rate is 1000 rupees per day, discount diya. 1000 rupees per day with driver. So what is the total charter hire? Total charter hire is 1000 into 31, that is 31,000 is the total charter hire. Now, when I am taking the delivery of Innova car, I will carry out an on hire survey. Am I correct? The car is going on hire with me. So what will I do? I will carry out an on hire survey. Now what are included in your on hire survey? There are two elements that is included in your on hire survey. One is condition survey. Another is bunker survey. These are the two important elements that is carried out in your on hire survey. Condition survey and bunker survey. I take the delivery on 1st December 2015. The Innova car is presented before me. I check the condition of the car. Then I also check what is the diesel on board. The diesel on board is 15 liters. How much diesel is on board? 15 liters of diesel is on board. I am taking the delivery. From here on, all the petrol fuel cost will be borne by the charterer. Am I correct? If I run for 400 kilometers, उतना तेल मेरे को डालना पड़ेगा. If I run it only for 20 kilometers, उतना तेल मेरे को डालना पड़ेगा. But I have to pay him 1000 rupees per day irrespective of how much I use the vehicle. Now Mr. Das tells me, Dinesh, I am giving you the vehicle with a 15 liter of diesel. When you redeliver the car to me on 31st December, you have to redeliver the car to me with that 15 liters of diesel. Am I correct? Very logical. 15 liter का diesel वो मुझे दे रहा है, that is his asset. He tells me on redelivery at Powai, you have to give back that much liter of diesel. So, me and Mr. Das is agreeing to a condition that BOD is equal to BOR. That means the formula is bunker on delivery should be equal to bunker on redelivery. Now, I take the delivery of the car with 15 liters of petrol. The car all the way is used. On 31st December, the car stands redelivered at Powai. When it is redelivered, again you will do an off-hire survey. And again you will carry out a bunker survey. When we carried out a bunker survey, the diesel on board was 20 liters. How much it was? 20 liters. Definitely, you cannot exactly measure. No, I cannot keep measuring that 15 liter tel hi rehna chahiye at the time of redelivery. That's practically not possible. So I redelivered with 20 liters of petrol. So how much more Mr. Das is getting? 5 liters. So what will he do with that? He will have to compensate me for that 5 liters. Das tells me, I will pay you for that 5 liter at a rate of, let's say, I don't know the diesel price today, but let's say 50 rupees I will pay you. So I tell Mr. Das, why 50 rupees? I don't agree 50 rupees. Last diesel price, last price that I paid when I bunkered the vehicle in Thana, I paid 55 rupees. That means you have to give me for that 5 liters at 55 rupees. Das says, I don't know about that. Whether you bunkered it at 55 rupees or 60 rupees. When I delivered the car to you, at that time the diesel price was 50 rupees. Correct? तो मैं 50 रुपए के हिसाब से ही दूंगा और मैं बोल रहा हूं 55 रुपए के हिसाब से दो क्योंकि मैंने लास्ट परचेज प्राइस वाज 55. Now there is a problem over here. So whenever BOD is more than BOR, bunkers delivered is more than bunkers redelivered, charterers have to pay back to the owner. When bunkers redelivered is more than bunkers delivered, owner has to pay back to the charterer. But the price at which this trade-off will happen, this settling will happen, has to be clearly defined in the time charter party. Whether it is the bunkers prevailing at the time of delivery, whether it is the bunkers prevailing at the time of redelivery, whether it is the purchase price of owner, whether it is the last purchase price of the charterer. That has to be clearly defined. But it's very ambiguous, don't you think so? BOD is equal to BOR is very ambiguous. Why it is ambiguous, I'll tell you. Now let's take a case of ship. Ship sometimes goes on time charter not for 1 month and all. It may go for 5 years. Right? The ship owner may give or deliver the ship to charterers maybe with 2000 tons of bunkers. The charter, if you agree for a BOD is equal to BOR, this 2000 tons of bunkers that you have given to the owner, that you have given to the charterer, you will be recovering it only after redelivery. So what do the charterers and ship owners sometimes do? Now let's say Mr. Das tells me at the time of taking delivery, you take the delivery of the car, but 15 liters petrol जो व्हीकल के अंदर है उसका पैसा मुझे अभी दो. 15 liters into 50, okay, 7,500. नहीं कितना आता है? 750. हाँ सॉरी, सब बड़ा बड़ा नंबर ही दिखता है मुझे. Okay, 750 rupees you pay me upfront because my last invoice price is 50. On redelivery, whatever diesel is on board, I will pay you the money for that on your last purchase price. This is very practical because he is passing on his asset diesel to me. I am paying him upfront. When I am redelivering, I am transferring my asset to him. He is paying me upfront on the last purchase price. So many a times in time charter, delivery bunkers is paid by the charterer to the ship owner. Redelivery bunkers is paid by the ship owner. Delivery bunkers is paid by charterer to the ship owner because he is delivering back the ship. Redelivery bunkers is paid by the ship owner to the charterer because he is taking back the ship with the bunkers. So you should always know who pays for the delivery bunkers. Charter pays for the delivery bunkers. Who pays for the redelivery bunkers? Ship owners pays for the redelivery bunkers. Got it very clearly? Now there could be off hires. Off hire. Off hire means the ship is not available for trading. There is some technical problem. Crane breaks down. The ship is technically not available for trading. So the charterer will off hire the ship. So for that much time he will not pay any hire to the ship owner. Also some bunkers may be consumed during that off hire period. That bunkers will also not be paid by the charterer to the ship owner. Situations may come wherein charterers may pay some money to the captain of the ship. Every time the ship owner cannot appoint agents. Ship is in the commercial control of the charterer. Sometimes what happens is the ship owner tells charterer, Baba, some cash has to be paid to my captain. Why don't you arrange the money through your agents? He says that, okay, CTM I will pay, but I will claim it from your money or I will deduct it from your hire. So after an entire span of 1 year or 2 year or few months are over, there has to be a statement of account that needs to be made, which is called as final accounts, time charter final accounts, popularly called as SOA, statement of accounts. In this statement of accounts, you draw up what is the total charter hire paid, total charter hire payable, what is the total charter hire paid, how much is balance payable. Under this 2 year, how much owners have to pay to the charterer, how much charter have to pay to the owners. All the debit and credit will be listed, and finally you will know who has to settle the money and who has to receive the money. This entire exercise is called as final accounts. Got my point? All of you understand? Okay. You can keep one sheet and distribute others. Look at this slide. Under a time charter, an owner leases his ship out to a time charterer or operator who directs the master where to load and where to discharge the intended cargo. Yes, the commercial management is with the charterer, so he decides where to load and when to load. In addition to paying the hire to the ship owner, the time charterer is also responsible for bunkers and port charges. Since time charterer pays for all the time the vessel is on hire, there is no demurrage charges. There is no concept called as demurrage under time charter. Even though time charterer has commercial control of the vessel, the owner is still responsible for operating, manning and insuring the vessel. This is a simple concept of time charter. Now, forget this slide, straight away come here. Under a time charter, what does the ship owner pay for? The ship owner pays for all indirect operating expenses, that is capital cost, standing charges. The ship owner pays for manning, ship owner pays for repairs and maintenance, ship owner pays for surveys, ship owner pays for stores, ship owner pays for lubricating oils, ship owner pays for insurance, mainly the hull and machinery insurance. Am I correct? All of you know this by now. All IOE costs are borne by the ship owner.
Something happened because of the charter in the time of that period. So we pay for that damage and repair.
What happens? Tell me.
Any accident or...
No, that depends. Then there is a case of claim, insurance claim. If the insurance claim can directly be contributed for the fault of the charterer, then owner will definitely submit a damage claim on the charterer.
So initially who will pay?
No, that,
take responsibility or
no. See, generally if it is an hull and machinery issue, generally the H&M underwriters will come into play. They generally will compensate the insurance money with the ship owner, to the ship owner. No, that it's a different case altogether. You have to look at the merits of the case. What has caused to the damage, okay, who is to be contributed, whether it is cargo related or whether it was a human error which has caused the damage or whether it was something natural. You know, you have a general average, particular average, so many things are there into it. You cannot just quickly say an accident happens, who will pay for it? You have to look into the merits of the case. What caused the accident? Was there a fault on the part of the master or the owners, master and his servants or the owners, or whether it was purely the fault of the charterer's instruction?
so the insurance company will do all the service?
Generally the H&M underwriters or the insurance company or the P&I, whoever is involved, take care of most of the claim issues. What does the charterer pay for? The charterer pays for all the direct operating expenses, that is the bunkers, port cost, canal dues, stevedoring, agency fees and cargo handling costs. All this is paid by the charterer. Okay? All of you know this. Am I correct? Yes. All of you know this. Ladies in between had heavy lunch. Who pays for this? All direct operating expenses by the charterer, all indirect operating expenses by the ship owner. Now let's look at the problem. All of you are given a question. I think it was asked in one of your paper. I don't recall which year it is. This is the extra sheet. Okay, good. You have to prepare a time charter, final accounts. The vessel details. The vessel is MV Pearl Harbor. That is the name of the ship. Deadweight 56,947. Which category ship is this? It's an Supramax bulk carrier. Flag Panama, 5-hole stroke hatches, geared bulk carrier. Speed 13.5 knots, fuel consumption 30 tons, charter hire 10,000 per day pro rata, 15 days in advance. You have to make the payment 15 days in advance. All of you know charter hire is generally paid in advance. Charter party details. What is the charter party details? Bunkers. Look at this. The charterer on delivery, the owners on redelivery shall take over and pay for all remaining fuel on board the vessel as here under. The vessel shall be delivered, redelivered with sufficient bunkers on board so as to reach the nearest bunkering port. Bunker rates for HO is USD 400 on delivery and USD 415 on redelivery. This is the same arrangement what I told you. When you take the delivery of the ship, okay, charterer will pay all the bunker cost to the ship owner for whatever bunkers is on board. When the ship is redelivered by the charterer to the ship owner will pay back all the bunker cost at whatever rate given for the bunkers that is remaining on board. It's not a case of BOD is equal to BOR, it's upfront payment of the bunkers on board at delivery, upfront payment for the bunkers on board at the time of redelivery. That is the case. On-off hire survey. On-hire survey shall be on charterer's time and off-hire survey shall be on owner's time. When you carry out survey, it takes some time, 2 hours, 3 hours. जो on hire होगा, उसका time किसके account पे होगा? Charterers के account पे होगा. यानी तुमको charter hire मिलेगा. Off hire survey, redelivery का जो survey होगा, उसका cost किसके account पे होगा? Owner's time पे होगा. Okay? Cash advances. Cash for ship's disbursement may be advanced by the charterer, it's not charter, by the charterer, subject to 2.5% commission. Beautiful. The charterer will pay advance on behalf of the owner, okay, but he will charge you 2.5% commission for it, for making the payment to the master. That is CTM, okay. This is for CTM. When you charterers make the payment, he will pay it, but he will claim some kind of an commission, that is 2.5%. Supercargo. What is supercargo? What is supercargo? It's again a chartering term. Jimit, supercargo. Chartering term है वो. क्या उसका मतलब? Supercargo doesn't mean Superman. Some special type of commodity. Supercargo. अलग किस्म का commodity. No, it's definitely a very wild guess. No. Don't know. You read it and you're saying no. I'll tell you. Supercargo simply means a charterer's representative on a ship. Okay, who's basically appointed for a specific task by the charterer. Sometimes certain situations may come in wherein a charterer would want his representative on board to oversee some loading or discharging operation. He is just the charterer's representative. He is on board just to monitor and take care of the charterer's interest. He will not in any way interfere with the working of the ship. Okay, and he cannot command the master of the ship. Okay, he is just there on board to take care of the interest of the charterer. Now when he is on board, he has to be given accommodation, he has to be given 3-time meals. So the cost of that will be written in the time charter party. That is, a supercargo, if he comes on board, this would be his per day rent. It could be $50 per day rent, $10 for breakfast, $15 for lunch, $10 for dinner. So the total is 50 plus 10 plus 15 plus 10. So jitna bhi din ho rahega, utna amount charter will have to compensate to the ship owner. Okay, supercargo is a human being who is nothing but a charter's representative on board. Okay, accommodation and food may be provided to the supercargo, that means to the charter's representative, for which charter may be charged at the rate of USD 100 per day. Further, charter shall pay for the meals taken by them or their agents etc. at the rate of USD 10 per meal. Yes, it's quite common. Ships go to ports, charter's representative comes, customs representative comes, immigration representatives comes, sometimes they come during lunch hours. Courtesy demands that the ship gives them some food. Okay, so it has got to do with your cargo operation, it has got to do with your port calls. So whenever charter's rep comes on board, the charterer expects that the ship gives them some basic food and you can charge me USD $10 per meal. Okay, very clearly defined. Crew overtime. In lieu of any overtime paid for the work ordered by charterer, the charterer shall pay the owners USD 1000 per month. Sometimes the ship is on time charter, you may have to clean the hatches, you may have to clean the cargo compartments. Some surveys may be planned by which some extra work may have to be done by the crew. Sometimes you want the load lines to be painted. Sometimes you want some extra work to be done. So the charter says that please ask the crew on board to do this work. Whatever is the overtime, we will repay you that. And the overtime is very clearly defined as $1000 per month. Cleaning of holds. The charter shall provide and pay for extra cleaning of holds between the voyages. If this is done by the ship's crew, the owner shall be entitled for an amount of USD 750 per hold. एक होल्ड का क्लीनिंग के लिए $750 दिया जाएगा. जहाज में कितना होल्ड है? 5 holds are there, so you have to keep in mind that. Speed and consumption. The owner's warrant that the vessel is capable of maintaining a speed of 13.5 knots in good weather condition at Beaufort 4. You saw that? You are guaranteeing and warranting a speed only at a particular wind force. अतः wind force 6 हो गया, तो you cannot maintain 13.5. That simply means that. With bunker consumption of 30 metric tons per day, owner to pay for any underperformance of the vessel. It simply means that if there is any underperformance, that is the ship starts moving in a slower speed, ship is not in a position to maintain the speed, then automatically the claim will be coming from charterers to the ship owner. You are supposed to maintain the speed, you are supposed to consume only 30 metric tons. At Beaufort 4, you reduce the speed, you can get a performance claim. At Beaufort 4, you maintain the speed but consume more bunkers, still you will be getting a performance claim. Okay? Statement of facts. What are the statement of facts? Delivery passing Colombo on 2nd January 2009 at 600 hours. That is the delivery time. The ship is being delivered on 2nd January 2009, 6 baje ko. When the ship was delivered, what was the bunkers on board? 280 metric tons. On-hire survey was carried out at Cochin on 4th January 2009 from 1000 hours to 1200 hours. Definitely, on-hire survey couldn't be done at mid-sea. The surveyor has to board the ship. So the on-hire survey actually happened when the ship reached the port in Cochin, and 2 hours was on-hire survey. On-hire survey, who has to pay? Charterer has to pay or owner has to pay? Just read off-hire survey, on-hire survey. On-hire survey shall be for charterer's time, off-hire survey shall be for owner's time. So After this 4/1/2009 from 1000 to 1200 hours, bracket mein likho C. Who has to pay for it? Charterers have to pay for it. C. Redelivery. DLO SP Singapore. DLO SP stands for? Very good. Dropping last outward sea pilot. It's again a chartering abbreviation. Dropping last outward sea pilot. Singapore 23/7/2009 at 600 hours. So almost 6 months the ship was on charter. The ship has been redelivered. Bunkers ROB 390 metric tons. Off-hire survey was carried out at Singapore 22/7/2009 from 900 to 1100 hours. Off-hire survey, who has to pay? Owners has to pay. So you have to write over there O, okay, for easy understanding. Off-hire periods. There has been some off-hire. On 12th February, there was a main engine breakdown for 6.5 hours. There is off-hire. That much time will be deducted from your total hire. 2/5/2009, delay for safe construction certificate, 17.5 hours. 5th May 2009, repair to freshwater generator, 22 hours. So there has been few off-hires during this 6 month or 6.5 month time charter period. Total fuel consumption during this period is 10 metric tons. Applicable HO price is USD 400. Yes, itna off-hire period mein 10 ton of bunkers has been used. So who has to pay for that 10 metric tons? Owners have to pay for that. So write O over there. Time lost due to speed less than 13.5 knots. Yes, your ship sometimes were unable to make 13.5 knots. So you have lost some time. So that much time will be treated as off-hire. 28 hours they have given. So who has to pay for it? Owners have to pay for it. Write O. Extra fuel consumed, 15 metric tons. The ship has consumed more bunkers. She was supposed to consume only 30 metric tons per day while steaming. During the period of time charter, sometimes she has consumed more bunkers. 15 metric tons is what she has consumed overall after 6.5 months more. Applicable HO price they have given 400 metric tons per ton. Who has to pay for it? Extra bunkers consumed. Ship ने ज़्यादा bunker consume किया है. Owner has to pay for it. Okay. Advance cash made by charterer to master on 26/2/2009 at Dampier USD 25,000. CTM is paid by charterer to the master. Who has to pay for it? Owner has to pay for it. Owner has to pay not only 25,000, he has to pay 2.5% commission also on that. So बाजू में लिख दो owner 2.5% also owner. All cargo holds were cleaned 6 times by the crew during the period of charter. Cargo holds were cleaned. So who has to pay for it? Charter has to pay for it. Captain Daniel, supercargo, sailed on the vessel for about 15 days. Supercargo was on board. Who has to pay for it? Charter has to pay for it. Meals taken by the supercargo and charter's representative, 60 meals they have taken. Who has to pay for it? Charter has to pay for it. Charter hire paid $10,000 in advance. Total 13 payments were made. 13 payments, 13 installments has been paid by the charterer to the ship owner. You are supposed to make final accounts. All of you understood the question? Any doubt on the question?
So charter have paid 10,000 means 10,000 has been paid 13 times?
10,000 has been paid 13 times.
So 130,000 has been paid.
No.
10,000 has been paid in 13.
13 times. How many days? Yes. 10,000 into 13, 130,000. That's irrelevant. For how many days it has been paid? 15 days in advance. So 13 installments. So 13 into 15, 195 days ka charter hire is paid. Got my point? Let's look at the solution one by one.
So before you begin, if you can just explain what is cash advance, is that commission?
Okay. See, the captain of the ship, he is entitled for some cash. He has to get some cash. That is called as cash given, because he has to send it to his family, he has to distribute into the crew. Sometime for meeting some cash, some expenses on board, some cash is required. Okay. So CTM is the responsibility, cash to master is the responsibility of the owner. Okay. But many times what happens, under time charter, the ship is on commercial control of the charterer. It is going to different ports wherever charterer is asking the ship to go. Okay. So you may ask the charterer to pay the money to the master and recover it from our hire. So charterer says that I will pay the money to the master, recover it from you, but you have to pay me a commission of 2.5% on that money that I give it to the master. Got it? It is CTM. Okay. Look at this, it's a very simple problem. One way you can do is that on the charter hire paid, you can calculate in days and solve it. Another way is you can calculate in amount and solve it. The way you said, 130,000 minus whatever is payable is the net amount payable. Both ways are okay. Now let's look at this. Very simple. I will run through it. All of you understood the question? Sure?
Yes.
My friends in the last bench, this side, ladies in between, front benches, Mr. Das. The question is very well understood. If question is understood, you can run through the solution very easily. First is charter hire calculations. Okay. On hire. When was the ship went on hire? 2nd January 2009 at 600 hours. When was the ship redelivered? Ship was redelivered 23rd July 2009 at 600 hours. If we quickly calculate, the total charter period comes to 202 days. Okay, you know how to calculate, no? January, May, 600 hours. So for 2nd January, how many hours? 18 hours. 3rd January to 31st January, that many days. February, it's 2009. So February will have how many days? 28 days. It's not a leap year. Then the month of March, 31 days. Month of April, 30 days. Month of May, 31. Month of June, 30. Month of July, 23 days and 6 hours. Got my point? When you add the total, it comes to 202 days. The total charter period is 202 days. Of this 202 days, there was some off hire. Am I correct? What was the off hire? First, on 22nd February, there was off hire for 6.5 hours where there was a main engine breakdown. 2nd March, sorry? I'm sorry, it's not 22nd, it's 12th February. I'm sorry for that. 12th February, it is 6.5 hours. On 2nd March 2009, it is 17.5 hours. On 5th May, it is 22 hours. This much is the off hire. Also, there is an off hire survey. Off hire survey is on whose account? It is on owner's account. So that much time you will have to reduce from the charter period. You are not entitled for your charter hire. So off hire survey 900 hours to 1100 hours on 22nd July, 2 hours. So total comes to 48 hours. 48 hours, that is 2 days. 202 minus 2 days, the net charter period is 200 days. Okay. So what he said, you can do like that. 200 days into 10,000 is your total charter hire. Okay. So how much it comes to? 1 minute. 200 days into 10,000. How much it comes to? $200,000. Correct? But how much is paid? 15 days paid in advance in 13 installments. 13 installments has been paid 15 days in advance. So you cannot really say 10,000 is the payment. Because you look at this, what is he saying basically? He is telling you charter hire already paid 10,000 in advance, total 13 payments made. $10,000 into 13 ही होना चाहिए technically, but here they are assuming 15 days paid in advance, 13 installments is paid. That means 195 days के लिए you are already got the payment. Balance charter hire to be paid for 5 days. Balance charter hire is 10 into 5 days. Okay, they have assumed it, which technically not fully correct, but still it is correct. I'll tell you why. That means they have not paid you the full charter hire in that 13 days installment. Because the question says 15 days in advance you have to pay an installment. Am I correct? And how many installments have they made? 13 installments they have paid. That means for how many days have they paid you? No, 13 installments. तो पहला पेमेंट 15 दिन का, नेक्स्ट पेमेंट नेक्स्ट 15 दिन का, थर्ड पेमेंट और 15 दिन का you are paying. Are you getting my point? It's a little tricky. They are not paid you 10,000 into 13 as you said. They are paying you 10,000 13 times, and that is for 15 installments, 13 installments. 13 installment, one installment is for how many days? 15 days. So for how many days have they paid you that 10,000 13 times? 13 into 15, that is for 195 days they have paid you that money. Got my point? Okay, so 195 days is what you have been compensated for. So 5 days you are still to be compensated. So 5 into 10,000, 50,000 is still payable. Okay, little made it unnecessarily complicated. Okay, correct thing would have been say what is the charter hire paid rather than confusing it with installments. They are confused you with installments. So you have to basically look at how many installments is paid to you. 13 installments is paid to you. One installment is for 15 days. So that means 13 into 15, 195 days ka charter hire is paid to you. 5 days charter hire is still pending, which is 50,000. Now let's quickly run through charters to pay. Very simple. You have written CCCC, you have written OOOO. Am I correct? Charters to pay. Look at this. Crew overtime USD 1,000 per month. You can read over here.
How does 70?
Sorry?
How does 70?
7 is 6 होना चाहिए, I think. Am I right? All cargo holds were cleaned 6 times by the crew during the charter period. So it is not 7,000. In fact, you correct the problem. Make it 7.
That is a crew overtime, no?
Crew overtime is for how many months? Okay, I'm sorry. It's crew overtime. Come to the previous point. In lieu of any overtime,
Cleaning is separate.
whole cleaning is separate. 1 minute. In lieu of any overtime paid for the work ordered by the charterer, the charterer shall pay to the owners 1,000 per month. So approximate time charter period was how many months? It was 7 months. So 1,000 into 7, 7,000 is payable by the charterer. Cargo, supercargo charges. Captain Daniel, supercargo, how many days he was on board? 15 days. What is the compensation for the supercargo? You read over here. The first case, supercargo. Accommodation and food may be provided to the supercargo, for which the charter may be charged at the rate of USD 100 per day. So 15 days. Sorry, any doubts, ma'am? Sure. It's very clear. एक महीने का $1,000. The ship has been approximately for 7 months. So 7 into 1,000. Okay. 15 days the supercargo is on board. 15 days into 100, it comes to 1,500. Victualling charges. What is the victualling charges? $10 per meal. You can read point number 8. Meals taken by supercargo and charter's representative is 60 meals. So 60 into 10, $600. Charterers have to pay for it. Hold cleaning for crew. How many times the hold cleaning was done?
6.
It was done 6 times. And it is 6 times one hold. 750 is 1 hold. So how many holds are there on board? 5 holds are there on board. So 750 into 6 into 5, that gives you 22,500. Now the last most important, delivery bunkers. When the ship was taken on delivery, bunkers on board had to be paid by the charterers to the ship owner. And what was the bunkers on delivery? Statement of facts point 1. Bunkers on delivery was 280 metric tons. 280 metric tons multiplied by the bunker rate, which is $400 per metric ton, $112,000. You add the total, it comes to 1,436,000. That much money has to be paid by the charterers. I think it's very, very simple, just simple compilation. Okay, owners to pay. What are the things which owners have to pay? First, there was excess fuel consumption of 10 metric tons. Okay, over poor performance, 10 metric tons has been lost during the off-hire period. That has to be paid by the owners. So $10 into 400, $4,000 has to be paid by the charterers, owners to pay. Yes, tell me. No, after off-hire periods, no? After off-hire periods, just read the line. Total fuel consumption during this period is 10 metric tons. That is off-hire period में जहाज में 10 metric ton का bunker खर्चा हुआ, तो off-hire period का bunkers के लिए charter will not pay you. Charter will recover from you. So owners have to pay for it. Okay? Underperformance. 28 hours is lost, okay, due to underperformance. 28 hours equates to 1.167 days. एक दिन का charter hire is $10,000. So 1.167 days का होगा $11,670. Extra fuel consumed. You have consumed 15 metric tons of extra fuel. 15 into 400, 6,000 on account of owners. Okay. CTM has been paid at Naples to the captain, and 25,000 CTM has been paid by charterer. That has to be paid by the owners to the final account. Commission on advance, 2.5% of the advance, that is 625, is on account of owners. Bunkers ROB on delivery. Bunkers ROB on re-delivery. I'm sorry, the word is not delivery. If you want, I'll correct it over here. All of you are with me? I hope all of you are not feeling sleepy. Even I am feeling sleepy, to be honest. Okay. Bunkers ROB on re-delivery, 390 bunkers was there on re-delivery. The rate they have given in the problem very clearly, $415. You can see this charter party details mein last paragraph it is saying bunker rates for HO 400 on delivery, 415 on re-delivery. It's given over here. So 415 on re-delivery, 161,850. So total to be paid by owners is 209,145. Total charter hire balance is there. How much charterers have to pay is there. How much owners have to pay is there. Just compile, you will settle the account. Balance charter hire payable USD 50,000 as per our first slide. Total to be paid by charterers is 143,600. So the total amount payable by charterers is 193,600 less total money to be paid by owners. Owners have to pay 209,145. So very clearly it's a credit balance. Money has to be actually paid by the owner to the charterer. So the net amount is 15,545. This is the net amount payable by owners to the charterer. Very clearly all of you got this final accounts? Okay?
I have one doubt under that owner. There are two second point of that. So can you just So here that second point under performance charter hire, then days how it has come.
Days you didn't understand. Relax. How many hours it is? 28 hours. You have to convert it into days. How will you convert it into days? Divided by 24. 1 day is 24 hours. So 28 hours is how much? It's like this. 1 day is 24 hours. So 28 hours is how much? Okay, don't worry. 28 divided by 24. Got it? So when you see it, it will come to 1.167 days. Okay.
That last point number 5, that 390.
How did you get 390? Okay. Statement of facts. Statement of facts, ma'am. Next page. Redelivery. Redelivery का क्या मतलब है? The ship is being redelivered by the charterer back to ship owners. So how much ROB is there on board? 390 bunkers is on board. Okay, you are giving back the ship to owner. So owner has to give that money to the charterer. How much cargo, how much bunkers is there on board? 390. And what is the rate? Go to point 1. It very clearly says $415 on redelivery. So 415 into 390 will give you the rate. Got it?
The CPM paid at Naples is the advance.
Cash advanced.
And Naples is a place.
Naples is a place in Italy. Okay, all of you understood? Sure? What is the time? 4:15. Shall we call it a day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you
For the last line.
you want me to see the last slide? Sure. Wait, of course, most of your regular students, we will be in touch. Even you are interested, you can come and attend the sessions, wherein I will be doing voyage estimation, lay time calculations, everything in detail. Don't worry about it. ठीक है?